Saskia deck to start the day here. This will be something I've been looking to play for a while. When the 5-color commanders first came out, they all look very interesting, and I've definitely built very different decks for almost all of them. I've built an Atraxa deck. I've built pretty much everything except for Saskia. Wow, that's pretty embarrassing, because I really like Saskia. That's the worst part. So I feel like now is the time. If you know of my work, if you know me, you know that I really love aggressive decks. And so a deck like Saskia is definitely something that I want to do, because this deck will be aggressive. BE aggressive, that's for sure. Wait, I have a Saskia deck? Hold. Do I already have a Saskia deck? That'd be embarrassing. I do. Oh. Well. Oh, but it's this terrible legendary deck. Alright, so we're going to keep the mana base. Take out all the cards inside of it, though. Alright, yeah, that makes sense. Just gonna go like this. Wow, Tom, you're really good at building mana bases. Oh, you don't say. I feel like I'm good at building mana bases too. Thanks for mentioning. That's embarrassing. I'll take it though. Good morning, Shark Finnegan. It would have been really embarrassing if we actually started building a Saskia deck and then halfway through we're like, we already have a Saskia deck. This has happened more than once. So I want to build a pretty aggressive Saskia deck. I think she's actually a very good commander. Howdy, Shark, Hepty, and Lord Jund. And so I really want to build a deck that kind of focuses on her and makes it pretty cool. Also, a lot of the masterpieces are really cheap at MTGO, like this sick-looking Lightning Greaves, which goes in. So there's a couple of cards we want to base this deck around. The first one is going to be Aurelia, the War Leader. She's obnoxiously good. I also want to grab ourselves a copy of Fervent Charge. Whenever a creature you control attacks, it's +2/+2 until end of turn. I also want to make sure I have enough haste enablers. So we're looking at Hammer Purphoros. We're looking at Ogre Battle Driver. It's all ogre now. And we're looking at Words of War. I'm just going to put War because I forget the actual name of the card I'm looking for. Howdy, Scorched. It's a 5-mana enchantment. Also, Brutal Horde Chief is coming in, because that card is also fantastic. Where is this? God, it's something of... It starts with a W, too. I'm just going to scroll. There it is. In the Web of War, whenever a creature enters the battlefield and control gets +2/+1 gains haste until end of turn. Also important for this deck. I also want to play Mad Rush Cyclops. You'll notice there's a theme going on, which is haste. I want Mad Rush Cyclops. I would like an Ankle Shanker, because we need to shank those ankles. Basically makes it impossible to block your creatures. And then, yeah, it's a good start. So you can kind of already see where this deck is going, and it's going aggressive. Really, really aggressive. And there's a good reason for it, because this deck can do some really good aggressive things. I also want an actual Anger, as both Scorched Kid and Hepty mentions. I slotted in a copy of Olivia Mobilized for War. This is a mythic rare that somehow hasn't been played. It's a 3-mana 3/3 flyer. And whenever another creature enters the battlefield under control, you can discard a card. If you do, put the +1 counter on it, and it gains haste. Which is fantastic. So I definitely want to play... I want to try this card out. I haven't gotten a chance to play it too often, but... I put in both, actually. I haven't gotten a chance to play it too often, but I really want to try it out in this type of build. And then Aurelia does amazing work, as does Fervent Charge. It's a card that I don't see played too often, because for a while, the Mardu colors didn't actually have good representation with legendary creatures. And so we finally get to kind of try this card out, which is going to be really cool. So whenever creature you control attacks, it's +2 still in a turn. There's a couple of other cards I really love when it comes to this, and there's 2 creatures with Battle Cry that I want to put in, which might not be what that mechanic's called, which would be... What? No, that's exactly what the mechanic's called. What? White, red, type, creature... rarity, mythic... Yeah, it's called... Oh, it's not in the same... It's called Bat Hole Space Cry. Alright, fine, you got me. Give me an Aerois. Do I want actual Purphoros? I don't think I want actual Purphoros. I don't want to die that quickly. Playing Purphoros means you die most of the time. I actually want to try out Thundermile Hellkite. I love an Urabrask. This isn't a Malignus deck. This is going to be a Xenagos deck, though. We're going to have to play Xenagos. Big Xenagos. Ooh, are we a Bruce Tarl deck? We could be a Bruce Tarl. Bruce Tarl seems great in this deck. Give me a Bruce Tarl. There we go. Are we going to be a Sun Titan deck? Let's, before we get too far down this track, remember that I want to put Xenagos in this deck. I understand. So, a good question from Stark Finnegan in chat. So you have lots of haste enablers with a commander that is haste. Are we wanting haste for tokens or lots of mid/high power creatures? So the way that I want to build this deck is as a very aggressive commander deck. Here's the problem. Instead of your opponent starting at 20, they start at 40. A lot of the cards built for Magic are built in the mind that your opponent starts at 20. So building an aggressive EDH deck is actually kind of difficult when compared to other builds because you have to figure not only are your opponents at a higher life total, not only do you have to go to 120 instead of 20, but it's very prevalent in the format to have a lot of sweepers. So we want to make sure that we have not only redundancy, but ways to make sure that we can get ahead and stay ahead. It's going to be very important. So when you look for something like haste, one of the biggest things that people aren't aware of or ready for when it comes to commander is creatures with haste. A lot of times they expect to be able to play a Day of Judgment and have a full setup turn the time after. But if you play a deck like this that is just filled with haste creatures and ways to make sure that your opponents can't take that breath, they can't take that setup turn, you can do a really good job of making sure that your opponents die very, very, very quickly. And then Kylo Metters mentions Hellrider in chat, which could not be more important. We gotta go on the highway to hell. As I mentioned, before I go too far down this road, I want to make sure we have a nice amount of signets. Signets in this deck is very important because signets get you to your commander on turn 3. As opposed to other builds of this type of deck, we're going to really rely on signets more than anything else. And then give me a black-red. And I also will still be playing Cultivate and Kadama's Reach because I am not a heathen. Cultivate, Kadama's Reach. There we go. How many basics are in this deck, he says, after putting in both Cultivate and Kadama's Reach. Jesus, there's no basics in this deck. Who built this mana base? What? Alright, let's take out some bad lands. Yeah, not bad lands, just some bad space lands. Maybe just add basics to this deck. That might be the actual answer. Let's take out stuff like Foreboding Ruins. Keep in Mosswarp Bridge. Slayer Stronghold stays. Maybe we're not a temple deck. We're probably not a temple deck. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Let's add some basics. So right now I'm just making sure my mana base is up to snuff so that I know what I'm building from, if that makes sense. That's 8 basics there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Are we good with 8 basics in this deck? They go into play on tap, which is nice. I think 8 basics should probably be enough. So there's a lot of really great cards being shouted out in chat, which I will definitely respond to in just a moment. I just want to make sure our mana base is actually cognizant before we go down that route. Otherwise, we'll end up with a deck that really wants to play a lot of really cool cards, but then can't because their mana base is terrible. Which, if you're watching this later, you're probably thinking, hey man, his mana base is terrible. What's going on? My mana base isn't terrible. I'm just going to add some more coming to play tap lands that are also creatures. Because creature lands are actually really good in Saskia because Saskia makes them hit twice as hard and twice as fast, which is great. He says, never trying out creature lands in his deck. So it should be fine. Don't worry about it. Alright, that's 38 lands. We can build from here. We have 38 lands. We have Signets. We have Cultivate Kadama's Reach. Our mana should be perfectly good. Not perfectly, but pretty good. I also want to add in a couple of equipment, so let's get those out of the way before we go further. I really don't want to mess ourselves up, is basically what's going on. You know what I probably should have done? Just clicked on Artifact. There we go. Oh, subtype equipment. What? Oh, colorless equipment are allowed. There we go. So, I mean, the number one equipment I do want to put in this deck is going to be Umezawa's Jitte, but we're looking to go as aggressive as possible, so we're going to trend towards more aggressive equipment than anything else. Thus, Jitte. Might be looking for Sword of Fire and Ice, just because it's the best of the equipment. Stitcher's Craft is a card that we're going to build a deck around sometime in the future. I think this card is actually incredibly strong and very unrepresented in both Commander and in, frankly, even Standard. Give me a... We don't have enough basics for Sword of the Animist. Otherwise, we would. Do I not own Umezawa GT? No. No. There it is. Hey, what up, GT? Found it. It was up there the whole time. Okay. Cool. Found our Umezawa GT. So you have GT, Sword of Fire and Ice. Is there any other aggressive equipment we want to play in this type of deck? Imperial Plate's actually really good if you're looking to go aggressive, because if you have a large amount of cards in hand, you can do a lot of really good damage. But I would actually suggest this more for decks that constantly keep a full deck of cards in hand. That's a weird way to put that. When you're playing a card like Imperial Plate, you're looking more towards an effect like an Afara deck that always going to have like 7 cards in hand, so it's 2 mana, give a creature +7/+7. And this type of deck's going to be very common where you actually are out of cards in hand, so I don't think that Imperial Plate's going to be what we want to do. Conda's Banner is actually pretty cute, but it's not only your creatures, but it would give all of our creatures +1/+1 because of how our Commander works. It's actually a pretty good card in Commander. Quietus Spike is also one of my pet favorite cards. I love this card just because of how quickly it can kill somebody, but I don't think this is the exact deck for it. We're not going to be playing Sunforger. The only other option would have been Sword of the Animist. We're not playing enough basics for it. I could play a Behemoth Sledge. I'm a big fan of Behemoth Sledge. I think it actually has a lot of really good work, especially with the Trample and the Lifelink. We can do some pretty... actually, with Lifelink, it's amazing. Now that I think of it, I'll take the Sledge. And then, since I mentioned Lifelink, actually a couple of cards came to mind immediately. Let's put this back to 1, because I don't like looking at a bunch of boxes. I want to play... There's an Angel that at the beginning of combat on each turn, or end of combat on each turn, you get to give your creatures all the abilities of one of your cards. That's a weird way to describe this card, but it exists. This is that weird one, right? Yeah, I don't like that card. I love the melee one. Where is this thing? I'm not going to be Exalted Angel deck. I passed it already. Angelic Skirmisher. There it is. Okay, thank you, chat. Much love. Why isn't it popping up? Ooh, Sword of Vengeance. Nobody mentions a really good card as well. Where is this Angelic Skirmisher? Am I just bad at... I am bad at math. There we go. Angelic Skirmisher. Good. Alright. I put another random angel in here. Angelic Arbiter. We're not Angelic Arbiter deck. Who are we kidding? There we go. Alright, so we're looking pretty aggressive already. I like that we have some equipment. I like that we have a mana-based set. We have exactly 30 more cards to put into this deck, and it shouldn't be too hard because the amount of dense and very good creatures and aggressive cards that exist in this format are immense, obviously. So Scorched Kid mentioned Savage Beating, and I couldn't agree more. I love me a Savage Beating. I think this card is just obnoxious. 5 mana instant. You can either give your creatures Double Strike or untap and get additional combat phase. If you get to entwine Savage Beating, you should probably just win, I would say. I also want to play True Conviction. No, I want to play Marshall's Anthem, actually. Where's this thing? Oh god, I always forget the name of this card. Alright, I'm going to click Anthem because I spelled it wrong. There it is. Oh, it's Marshall, not Marshall. Marshall's Anthem, specifically Marshall Sutcliffe's Anthem. 4 mana enchantment, multi-kicker 1 to white. Creature you can control it +1/+1, and for each time you multi-kick it, you can return up to X target creature cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. This card is actually really good. It does 2 immensely important things for our deck. Number 1, it makes our creatures bigger. Number 2, it brings it back from the grave. We literally couldn't ask for more. Speaking of, I'm going to grab myself a Mirari's Wake. And also a... not Coalition Relic, which is what I typed in. I want a... This is me doing the art for the card, which is very weird. It's a... It's a... artifact. That costs exactly 3. Chromatic Lantern. I want me a Chromatic Lantern. Alright, we're not touching mana anymore. We're good on mana. We shouldn't need to do anything else for mana. So we want really resilient creatures, or creatures that we can easily bring back from the graveyard and stuff like that. We're not going to be looking to do like Revel Arc, Karmic Guide, Cessation Shenanigans, which is something you could do in this kind of deck. Yeah. I have been lucky enough to start playing with Commander Clash. It's been a huge blast. I've loved it so much. Odric isn't a bad call, but funnily enough, the other Odric. Exigard mentions Odric, but I'm actually more likely to play Odric Master Tactician than I am to play Odric Lunar Marshal. So I'm going to play some Odric Master Tactician, 4 mana, 3/4, first strike, whenever it and at least 3 other creatures attack, you choose which creatures block this combat and how those creatures block, which is code for your creatures are now unblockable. I want to get some 3 and 2 drops, and specifically some cards that are going to help us as far as a card advantage game. Basically, I want to be able to play something on 2 or 3 and then play our commander. So, I mean, the first card that's going to go in here, don't mind me. I think it's an elemental, actually. It's not news. Whoops. CMC between 0 and 3. White, black, red, green, and colorless. Type is obs, a creature. Where's my Spawn Wraith? Get in here, Spawn Wraith. We gonna do work, bro. Me and you. Together again. I love Spawn Wraith. I love this gosh darn card. This card is so much fun to me. It's so silly. Ooh, Nylea sounds good. Mentioned by Fudge. You know what? That thing's mana cost isn't 3. Right now, we're going to do the thing that I'm sure is the most boring for people that watch the stream, which is me literally scrolling down through creatures that exist between the mana cost of 1 and 3. But basically, we're going to get to Mythics and kind of stop there. Give me an Anafenza. That sounds wonderful. Give me a... I don't think I want Farika. I do want to sell Vala 100%. Don't want Vile Smasher. Don't want Anaxin Saimid. No Azusa. We're not lands base. Aggregate Up we obviously can't cast. Neither Beastcaller Savant or Birds of Paradise or Bloom Tender. We're not trying that low on the mana curve. One thing we're not going to do is play Infect. That's 100% not going to happen. I hate Infect. Definitely champion Lamholt. I don't think we really want Curse or Kufix. It's low, but not that low. I'd be down for some Dauntless Escort. How bad does Doran F us over? It messes up Zergo. It messes up Aerois. That's about it, right? Everything else is pretty even on butts to butt ratio. Give me a Doran. You'd even make Saskia better. Obviously playing Doran. Give me an Eidolon and Countless Battles. It feels like an Eidolon deck, actually. I like the idea of Eidolon and Countless Battles in this deck. I don't think we want Fleece Mane. We don't want Fiendslayer Paladin, which, by the way, as far as art on cards, Fiendslayer Paladin is just beautiful. We're not really that aggressive that we want Grand Abolisher or Sable Stag, both of which can be very good if you're looking to play a deck that really wants to be resilient to your opponent's control decks. Hushman Gryff is actually really cute, but messes us up more than anybody else. We're not going Isamaru Anaconda. Ooh, I do want to play Obsidat, so remind me of that in like 3 minutes when I forget. Night of Reliquary is actually pretty good in this deck, so I do want to play it. We're not rebellious enough for Linsivvy, sadly. Although I do love me a Linsivvy. Definitely rebellious enough for a Managorger Hard, though. Love that card. Card is so good. We're not low enough to play Mensch of the Meek. I don't think. Do we want... we'll try out Mirran Crusader. Never really tried him out in this kind of deck, and I think you could probably put some work in. Can't play Noble Hierarch because it taps for blue, otherwise we would 100% play it because that card would be silly in this deck. Deals combat damage to a player, so we're not playing Oran Viper. I am actually tempted to play something like Mother of Runes, but I don't think it's worth it overall. Again, not playing Infect because I'm a good person, not a terrible person. Terrible people play Infect. I am not a terrible person, and thus will not be playing Infect. I do want to play Rayhan. I think this card is fantastic. I really want to try it in the other 99. I really, really, really want to try this card out. So it's 1 black-green for a 0/0. Enters the battlefield with 3+1/+1 counters on it. Whenever creature you control dies, it's point to the command zone. If it had 1 or more +1/+1 counters on it, you put that many +1 counters on the target creature. If we're doing that, we have to play Cathar's Crusade. So now you're reminding me about Cathar's Crusade and Obsidat, if that's okay. We're not a terrible enough person to play Serra Ascendant. We are a terrible enough person to play Silverblade Paladin. Oh man, Silverblade Paladin's amazing in this deck. Silverblade Paladin is so good in this deck. Oh my word. It is just fantastic. Wow. We are the best in Magic. Tauren Mauler actually seems really good in this deck too as a turn 3 play that turns into a 4/4 by the first time you attack. I am down for a Tireless Tracker as well. And that should... What about bees? Bees? What about bees? Bees? Alright, let's grab those 2 cards I mentioned, which is going to be... Cathar's Crusade... And... Can we play Beastmaster this kind of deck? I don't think we play Beastmasters. We're going to be playing some Cathar's Crusade. Looks like we're going to be with that many through. Oh, look at those 3 drops. Whoo, child. All right. We doing well. All right. Cathar's Crusade and then Obzedat. Obza what? Obzedat. Ghost Council specifically. This card is just so good. All right. So we have 10 cards left. What is this deck missing right now? We have a large amount of aggressive creatures, but I want to make sure they either stay on the board or that we're able to get past attackers and defenders. So the first thing I want to add in that case is going to be Akroma's Memorial. Akroma herself is beastly, but her Memorial is frankly even better. Ooh, Zendikar Resurgent, Venomancer mentions, actually sounds wonderful to me, and I will be playing it. This card does everything this deck wants to do. Lets us cast our creatures very quickly, and we just get to draw cards. Oh! CMC 3 or greater. Alright, that's not how it's put. Alright, 1 second. There is a random green enchantment that I once again do not remember the name of. That costs exactly 3 mana. That whenever a creature with power 3 or greater enters the battlefield under your control, you draw a card. It's an uncommon. It's Elemental Bond. There we go. Sweet. We're just going to draw all the cards. We can't play Temur Ascendancy, which actually makes me really angry, because Temur Ascendancy would be busted in this deck. Oh, Soul Ring sounds like fun, too. Grab myself a Soul Ring. Thanks, Tybucks. There we go. But yeah, this one just counts for us, which is great. Doesn't even care about tokens, which is amazing. So, oh, I almost put my coffee on my keyboard. Alright, so let me get some ways to get these cards out of the graveyard and back into play or into our hand. I did mention that I don't want to go for Karmic Guide, Reveillark, Sisay Loop. I think that's just... that would really be shoehorning it into this deck. But with the amount of 3 drops I just put in here, I really do think Sun Titan would be amazing. Especially since we have the ability to give Sun Titan haste, which makes it even better. We have Marshall's Anthem, which is decent. We have Wake. I think we want to have a bit more recursion, so I want to just creep our opponents out with Creeping Renaissance. It's going to be able to let us get all our creatures back from the grave and into our hand. I'm trying to think of anything else that we would really need for this deck. I do want some more evasion in this build. I think we have a nice amount of ways to get our creatures through, but not all of them that I would want. What else do we really want to put in then? I'm trying to think of cards that really get us through. Saidar Yominja of Komojo aren't real words, but they exist. Komodo Drake mentions Soul of the Harvest, which could be pretty good. I think we're kind of light on 6 drops. I'd be down to try a Soul of the Harvest. Actually, do we just want to try Ravos? Never mind. I'm going to try this Ravos guy. We're taking another flyer on another card from this commander set. 5 mana, 2/2 flyer. Other creatures get +1/+1. At the beginning of my upkeep, I can return target creature card from my graveyard to my hand. And then we're going to be playing a, not Season's Path. I want to play, Wildest Dreams. Your wildest dreams. Oh yeah, creatures, artifact, and enchant removal. Good point. Give me a Sylvan Reclamation. God, this card is so good. Sylvan Reclamation comes in. And then give me a copy of Return to Dust. Oops, I should just type in that full name. Because everything in Magic returns itself. There we go. Now we exiling all the artifacts and enchantments. I'm going to get rid of something. I'm going to get rid of Eidolon of Countless Battles. I took a flyer on it and I already got rid of the flyer. This card could be fun. Now let's get it out of here. So our deck starts at 3. Then goes to 4, 5, 6, and above. Alright. Think this deck could do some work. I'm still a little bit concerned. I think our 3-drops are very impactful, but I don't know if they're going to be good enough to really propel this deck to a win. The good news is we have Saskia, so our goal isn't to win a long game. And if we end up at a game that goes to turn 11 or 12, we've lost. Like, honestly, the game's over. We can almost pack it all up. If, though, we end up at a game that ends on turn 6 or 7, we've probably won. I think that's really the route that we're trying to go to here. So we really are looking to play more of a shorter game than a longer game. That being said, we are playing a couple of cards that were great in the long game. Elemental Bond and... Oh, there's a cat there. Fitz, how'd you get back there? There's a cat in my room. We're definitely looking to play more of a shorter game than a long game. Again, if we hit turn 11, we're probably doing terribly. So, yeah. But, yeah, we can win a long game, but I don't think our goal is to win a long game. But I love the amount of haste in this deck. I think it's going to be really fun. I'm excited to see how Livia works. I'm excited to see how Rayhan works. And I think this deck will be really cool. There's also an alternate build of this deck that really focuses on +1/+1 counters that we might investigate at a later date. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I forgot that cats can teleport. That's a good point, nobody. So we are not in a Legacy Cube League at all. Don't you decry my name with your limited dreams. My dreams are unlimited. Because they come right after Alpha and Beta. We'll win in 40 minutes. Hello and good luck. Alright, we're going aggressive. Why no Selesnya Signet? Nah. Oh, that tastes so good. Man, I love coffee. I need to not dehydrate myself. Quick PSA from a medical professional, which I am for some reason. You should not dehydrate yourself at all. It's a bad idea. I have a really bad habit, especially at work, to not drink enough water, which you really need to do, because the last thing you want to do is end up at like be 55 and have end-stage renal disease. Yeah. Oh yeah, we have Tyler Striker for investigate. Good point. Gonna wish our opponents hello and good luck because we are not a heathen. And look at our hand. Our hand is miserable. Wow, that's embarrassing. We're going to mulligan this hand in a hot second. The good news is we have a nice amount of 3-drops. This Anger that we can't cast anytime soon. And reversing... I think this is a decent lineup. Getting through Gob is going to be our hardest part. Morning, Pino. So we are playing Saskia then Yielding. Black, red, green, white for Vigilance Haste 3/4 Human Soldier. As enters the battlefield, choose a player. We're going to mulligan this hand. I think we're going to keep this hand. Yes, this one makes green. We're keeping this hand. Alright, good. Saskia, black, red, green, white for 3/4 with Vigilance and Haste. As enters the battlefield, choose a player. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, it also deals combat damage to the chosen player. So it hits him twice. Alright. We are playing against a couple of pretty cool commanders. No one's playing blue, which is appropriate, because blue is the worst color in Commander. It's not. Red is. Our top left player is playing Xenagos, God of Rebels. 3 red green for a 6/5 Indestructible God. Ooh, or Zergo. As long as your devotion red and green is less than 7 Xenagos isn't a creature. At the beginning of combat on your turn, another target creature you control gains haste and gets +X/+X per X of that creature's power. Our middle player is playing Gavgura Spores. It's a 5-mana 0/0 fungus shaman, but enters battlefield 5 +1/+1 counters on it. You can pay 1 to remove a +1/+1 counter from a creature you control to make a sapperling, and then you can sack a creature to put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Our top right player is playing Heliod, God of the Sun. 3 and a white for a 5/6 Indestructible God. As long as your devotion of white is less than 5, it's not a creature. Other creatures you control have Vigilance, and for 2 double white, create a 2/1 white Cleric enchantment creature token. Our opponent then follows up his Krosan Verge with a Soul Ring, which lets them crack the Krosan Verge to get a Forest and Plains out of their library into play. So they're going to be on 7 mana on turn 3. Casually and just from the mana base. And the good news is we have a Bojuka Bog to get rid of that K-Reach. Yeah, should be fine. Everything is going to be okay. Is that a Guardian Idol? Wow. 2 mana artifact, and his battlefield tapped. You get tapped, add a color to your mana pool. Ooh, Returning Dust is actually be really useful this game. I'm going to exile your Krosan Verge. Get wrecked, scrub. Sorry, I'm just having fun. 2 mana artifact, and as a battlefield tapped, you can tap it, add a color to your mana pool, and 2 mana to make it a 2/2 golem. Felwar Stone comes out for our Xenagos player, which is another really good mana rock. The reason why I went with Signets over stuff like Felwar Stone is because they really give us 2 types of mana for the cost of 1, which is very important. And really good if we're playing a deck that has this much gold in it, so it's kind of the idea behind it. That being said, it's a lot of mana on the other side of the battlefield. Here's Gov. Part of me is kind of happy they played Gov and didn't, like, pop the... Oh, never mind, this is Skullclamp. So if we get... Oh, God, there's a mana creep too? What is going on? Alright, so if we get in... Can we cast this Return to Dust next turn? We can. Alright, so they make a Saproling and they sack it to Skullclamp. I don't know if we're dead, per se. Someone else might be able to. Nope, that's a Thunder Totem. Okay. Ooh, Greaves. That's cute. So we're going to cast Orzhov Signet. We should have cast Golgari Signet. That was real bad. Whoops. Okay, I'm going to pretend we cast this for a good reason. We played Orzhov Signet so that if we draw a white source, we're able to use the white source, return to Dust Skullclamp. That's why we did that. We didn't mess up and not cast Golgari Signet, which is what we intended to do, but autopiloted and played the foil one instead. That's not what we did. We definitely plan to play Orzhov Signet and only draw 2 lands this game. The good news is that I'm going to pretend this isn't representative of how the deck will work, which it isn't representative of how the deck will work at all, actually. Kind of got a really awkward draw. Alright, so our Gov player can casually draw 8 cards this turn if they want. And now we're infinite. Alright, so I'm really hoping we draw a white source next turn. So Cathar's Crusade comes down, 5-mana enchant. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. So with Gov's ability, you can pay 1 to remove +1/+1 counter from Gov, or even from a Saproling, to make a Saproling, which then triggers Cathar's Crusade that puts a +1/+1 counter on all your creatures. So, yeah. That's a thing. Come on. Austere Command. To send upon Simple isn't terrible. 6-mana exile all creatures. I'm surprised it didn't draw... Oh, this actually inactivates the Skullclamp, which is nice. Hey, look, a Chroma's Memorial. Golgari Signet. Okay, everything is fine. Don't worry. Everything is just okay. You know how we're going to win this game. If your answer was killing that person in the face, your answer was correct. Because the only way we're winning this game right now is killing this Gov player in the face. Or from our Xenagos player, like, channel... I don't know. They'd have to, like, Mana Geyser into Xenagos Malignus, kill the Gov player. Which, by the way, would be hilarious. Well, there's Xenagos. No Mana Geyser, so we should be fine. Not dead yet, they say. Not dead yet. So Xenagos hits the field after the Wrath effect. And let's see what they play here. 7 mana for Gov returning to the battlefield. It is actually kind of nice that they can no longer use Skullclamp. I'm going to be completely honest. This is great. I mean, they can't automatically use Skullclamp. They can still put the Skullclamp on a creature and then sacrifice it to still get the draw from it. But they can't easily use Skullclamp is what I mean. Alright, so next turn, we still can't exile both of their permanents. Gosh darn it. We really should have played the Golgari Signet instead of this white one. This white one is not working out for us. Seeing the Descent upon the Sunfall also tells us a lot about our opposing Heliod deck. Looks like it might just be a very controlling mono white build. So we gotta watch out for cards like Planar Cleansing. We gotta watch out for a lot of stuff. Specifically Wrath effects that go well with Heliod. Alright, lands off the top. Oh, Brutal Horde Chief, just like a land. 1, 2, 3. Cultivate. Give me a plains and a forest, really. Plains and forest. Like to put the forest into play, plains into hand, play the plains, tap out to utilize F8 and pass. We have had some pretty unimpressive aggressive draws here. But the good news is we're not out of this yet. The other news is that we probably should have gotten a red source. The reason why I went for the forest there was because if an effect like a Fracturing Gust or like an Austere Command is cast, it will be destroying artifacts, and I want to make sure that we can do something if our signets are blown up. That's an Udvara Hellkite. That is, as they say, a big boy. Udvara Hellkite is an 8 mana flying 6/6. Whenever a dragon you control attacks, you create a 6/6 red dragon token. So when this thing attacks the Goblin player for 12, it's just going to make a casual 6/6 as well. So we're obviously really important in this game. Vampiric Tutor, cast at end of turn. Probably receiving... Let's see if we can guess what our player is getting here. I'm going to go with Mirari's Wake. I will also take Zendikar Resurgent, and I will additionally take... What else would I be getting in a Gob deck here? I mean, there's ways to go infinite. If they get a Ashnod's Altar, they win the game pretty much. Right? No, they need more than Ashnod's Altar. Do they need more than Ashnod's Altar? Sack a Saproling, get 2 mana, take off the +1/+1 counter, make a Saproling, sack a Saproling. They can make an infinitely large Gob this turn if they get an Ashnod's Altar to the top of their library. That's just a fact. Oh, Doubling Season also works. Black mana instant, search your library for a card, then shuffle your library, put that card on top of it, you lose 2 life. I guess they could have 2 infinitely large attackers this turn if they get Ashnod's Altar. If they have Ashnod's Altar, that is. So... We'll see how this game progresses. I feel like we're probably just gonna run back this deck though. Don't think we got a really good example of what's supposed to happen. I also don't know if Zergo is very good in this deck. Doubling Season was the call. Welcome to the battlefield, Doubling Season. Doubling Season is a 5-mana enchantment. If an effect would create 1 or more tokens, it creates twice that many. If an effect would place 1 or more counters, it places twice that many. So, like, in response, they have to block, otherwise they lose. But they can make this thing so big in response, which is what I would do. I just want to make a bunch of damage. They decide to let this player off easy. They're like, we'll just kill the 1 dragon. We're not going to deal you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're not going to deal you an extra 14 damage this turn. It's very kind of them. Abu Seiju comes into play tap for a mono white player as well as a Mirrored Landscape. And Mirrored Landscape gets popped. We still have Heliod in play. So next turn, I really don't know what our goal is. I think our goal is just exile both Catharsis Crusade and Doubling Season. I mean, I don't see a better call than that right now. What up, Ragnar? I love Ragnar. Rangar. And which the other one? 28? Oh, 7 times 2 times 2. Right, because it doubles the amount of... Oh, God, that's disgusting. Alright. Hey, look, Spawn Wraith! Hey, Spawn Wraith. It's good to see you, buddy. Alright, yeah, we're just doing this. We're going to exile that one and that one. There is legitimately no other thing we could be doing. Oh, God. I'm just going to earn a lot of goodwill with the rest of this board here. Hey, I'm going to exile these 2 things. Because they're dumb. And he's going to make a bunch of tokens in response. I can't do anything about that, but... Yup, go for it. Just F6ing. What up, Wynette? It's going really great. My 2016 was actually wonderful. My girlfriend and I keep putting it as... My micro 2016 was great. The macro 2016, not that great. But micro 2016, my 2016 was wonderful. We ended up, beginning of the year, got a wonderful girlfriend named Marina. I was able to get into nursing. I was able to pass my nursing boards, got into nursing officially, and I've been loving it. Right now, I work at a hospital in Florida, Florida Hospital, and over in Orlando, which is actually where I moved to. I no longer live in Spring Hill, Florida, which is great. Not to hate on Spring Hill, but I mean, I wasn't the biggest fan of the area. And I now live in Orlando. Right now, I'm rooming with a couple of friends and looking to get a new apartment on my own in just a bit. It's pretty awesome. Oh yeah, there are 3 cats in this house. This is Fitz. He's pretending to be asleep. So I did that this turn, so that was fun. It'll be really funny if the Xenagos player just finds a way to kill the Goth player. By really funny, I mean I really hope they can find a way. I tapped them out. If not, we're all dead. So in the end, they have a 29-29 Saproling, a 29-29 Gov, 29-20, a bunch of really big creatures, the lowest being 5-5 Saprolings, which is why we exiled the Cathar's Crusade in the doubling season. So, red-green player, do you have a Berserk and or a Double Strike making effect? If so, please, utilize them now. If not, can we concede because the game is over? Right now we're playing Saskia. We've had a really slow start this game. Our mana just decided not to work today. At least in this game. We're definitely playing her again. Alright. Alright. Come on, Berserk. Come on, Double Strike. Give me a anything. Give me an anything. I'll take literally anything here. I'll take Temur Battle Rage sounds like fun. I'll take I guess nothing. Just gonna go down to 10, they're gonna win. Alright, cool. I mean, I didn't do anything to help, so I can't blame anybody. Alright, they're at 10 now. Yay. Fling? Do we got a fling? Give me a fling. Come on. Soulsfire. Soulsfire fling. Send it my way, boy or girl. Come on, Captain Obvious. Give me a fling. Challenger's Ignition! Woo! Perfect. Target creature control deals damage reduced power to each other creature and each opponent. Pew, pew, pew. Get wrecked. Alright, Gov player down. Also killed the other dragon, but overall... beneficial. Overall, very beneficial. There's still Uvara Hellkite, which I can't deal with, but that was wonderful. Yeah, so the reason why I went for the exile effects there, just to fully elaborate, Y90Y mentions that, like, it seems like we didn't really do anything that turn, is because the possibility exists that the red-green player is able to wrath the board, and then our Gov player can't come back from it. Whereas if we just, I don't know, play a creature and smash, like if we just play Xenagos that turn and go, it's your problem, do something about it. There's a higher likelihood that we end up losing the game in the long run. So I'd rather do it this way than the other. Now we actually get to play Magic, which will be fun. Good job, Captain Obvious. Challenger's Ignition for the game. Against the God player. Now we still have a mono-white control player, and maybe we'll draw a land. Lands do exist. So my goal here is to draw a land and then just play our commander and Spawn Wraith in the same turn, because that sounds like the most fun thing we can do. My other goal is for this Heliod player to kill the Udvari Hellkite. I have lofty goals. Let me tell you. Ooh, Haunted Plate Mail. So they're a creatureless Heliod deck. That's pretty cool. Haunted Plate Mail, a 4-mana artifact, quick creatures +4/+4. Ooh, Whimsap Teeth. That's perfect. Alright, I will crack this. Looking for probably red-green, I think, is our goal. Yeah. Give me Taiga. Thank you. Let me not tap. I think I can actually tap this way. Green, red. Going to cast our commander. We're going to point at our Xenagos player. Hey, you there. I see you over there. Going to cast a Spawn Wraith. Suit up a Spawn Wraith. Go to town. All right. Send 10 damage in our Xenagos player here. Ooh, turn off auto yields because I can move the Lightning Greaves on my second main phase. God, I love Spawn Wraith so much. Alright, end up dealing 10 damage in total. Welcome to Saskia. Give myself another Spawn Wraith because that's how life works. And end of combat. main phase dose. Put this onto the Saskia and pass. Spawn Wraith is a 3-mana trampling 2/2. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, I get to create a token that's a copy of Spawn Wraith. So now that my Saskia is pointing at Captain Obvious, they will try and kill us first, which I do not blame them for doing so. Alright, see Spence. We could have also pointed at the mono white player and attacked the green red player, which probably would have been a better political option, but I didn't think of it at the time. Just gonna be honest with you. And there's a Kodama's Reach, so our green red player is literally out of cards. The spells they've drawn this turn, just to list them out: Asceticism, Talisman, Felwar Stone, Cultivate Kodama's Reach, Udvara Hellkite, and they've cast their commander. And it's Shard's Ignition. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 spells in 7 turns. That's... I almost feel bad for them, except for the fact they're hitting me with a 12/12. So I don't feel bad about them that much. What up, C. Spence? How do you Delumin? Delumin. We're at 15 because Xenagos exists. Now you may be wondering, hey, does that Udvara Hellkite trigger for the other Udvara Hellkites? The answer is yes. Yes, it certainly does. A 2/1 white cleric decides to enter the battlefield for a Heliod player. Saskia can point at yourself if you really don't like yourself. Saskia can enter the battlefield and be like, I'm going to hit myself. And I just feel like I don't deserve to win this game, and I'm going to try my best to make sure that's true. It's an option you have available to yourself. I'm more excited for this person to put this Udvara Hellkite on this Mimic Bat. That sounds hilarious and very scary. Did they open Lightning Greaves? Nah, this Lightning Greaves costs $2 online. And I really like the art for this Lightning Greaves, so that's why. You can also only get them in treasure chests, I think. Ooh, alright. Haunted Plate Mail going on to the Cleric. We got a 6/5 Vigilant Cleric. He's ready to move. Hopefully not at my face. Okay, good. Alright, let's see what we draw. We draw Aroas. Whoa, Aroas is insanely good here. 1, 2, 3, 4. We can play Aroas and nothing else this turn. It's really annoying not having mana. But if we play Aroas, our top left player can't block, and our top right player can't block, which is really nice. But we still only deal 14 damage if we deal it to one person or 7 and 7 split. If we play Xenagos, we can pump this up, but that really does nothing against this dragon. Basically, this player can kill us next turn. If we play a Chroma's Memorial, though, all of our creatures get Flying, First Strike, Vision, Triple Haste, and most importantly, Prop Black and Red. So that's what we have to do, so we're not dead. So we're going to go with that one. All that she wants is a little baby. Chroma's Memorial is a legendary artifact. Creature control have Flying, First Strike, Vision, Triple Haste, and Prop Black and Red. And now we just we go to our attack step. So now it's time to attack people in the face. This can become a 2/2 First Strike White Spirit because it's a totem of a card that was banned. I think we have to attack this way though, so we're gonna attack that way. Rawr! Look at all the creatures attacking you in the face. This route probably makes us lose the game more than anything else, but we do get 2 extra spawn rights, which is nice. Because all of our creatures have protection from red and they can't block them. Pew. 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 Also, give me 2 more 2/2s, please. Thank you. Thank you. Alright, perfect. The reason why this route probably ends with us losing more than winning is because we're kind of severely depending on the Chroma's Memorial against a green-red deck that has a lot of artifact and enchant removal, and against a mono-white deck that has a lot of artifact and enchant removal. So, hello and good luck to us. Also, the protection from black and red does not work very well against the mono-white player. Sorry, just on the reserve list, not banned. Based off of Thunder Spirit. Alright, let's see if they drew a non-land spell. They drew Greater Good. That is certainly a non-land spell. Alright. I'm mildly scared. They're going to sacrifice a token, draw 6, discard 3. Greater Good was a really good draw. Let's see if they can find a way to win the game from here. I think they probably can. All I need is a creature attacking the mono white player that has 24 attack and a way to fling it at our face. I cannot do anything about that one. Let's see what they discarded. I hope they drew 6 lands. That'd be hilarious. They discarded 3 lands. This person has not been having a good run of drawing non-land cards, I'll tell you that right now. Oh, let's see if they drew something productive here. They certainly drew a spell. Godo! Oh, go don't, you didn't. That was terrible. I apologize. I really apologize. I really hope they don't have a equipment that gives them protection from green. What up, Mart? I'm also going to pre-release. Going to the 6 o'clock one over here in Orlando at the Cool Stuffs by Waterford. That's the closest one where I live. Should be really fun. Luxodon Warhammer is the call. That's a really good call. We got to put a lot of creatures in front of that. All right. Warhammer getting suited up. Thankfully, not Sword of Feast and Famine. Just, quote-unquote, Luxodon Warhammer. So we shouldn't be dead to the Zuvara Hellkite. Okay, we're not dead to the Zuvara Hellkite, which is nice. It's only 18 lifelink damage, but we have 2, 4, 6, 8. We have enough toughness to... Oh, they put it on the Godo. Oh. Are they just going to go for lethal on the mono white player? That'd be really cute. So Godo is a very unique creature. It's a 6 mana, 3/3. When it enters the battlefield, you get to just get equipment from your library into play. When it attacks for the first time each turn, untap it and all Samurai after this phase until combat phase, which would re-trigger the Godo. So let's see where they attack. They can attack us or the mono white player. It's up to them. I don't know what the correct answer is. The answer might be attacking us twice, but we just eat the Godo. So they are going to try and gain all the life that way. We can easily block the Xenagos because it doesn't have trample. The good news is that Xenagos doesn't untap. The bad news is that this ability gets to be applied twice. Yeah, I can block with 3. The trample can still go through, though. So this Godo should feasibly become a 24... 21 next turn when it attacks us with lifelink. And we aren't dead to that, per se, but it gets close. They're going to turn Thunder Totem into a creature here. Oh, can they kill this thing? Can they make the Guardian into a creature? They can. This taps for regular mana too, right? Yeah. They make the Guardian into a creature, they can actually block the Godo as well here. If they don't, then why do you make this a creature? I'm going to put a Spawn Wraith in front of your Xenagos. Really interesting block here. I would have thought they would have just killed it, but I guess they chose not to. Oh, I do. That's why I love me a Spawn Wraith. Are they going to put the totem underneath the Mimic Vat? That'd be sexy. They choose to put the Thunder Totem underneath the Mimic Vat, which is, as I mentioned, sexy. And then they're going to re-up Godo Bandit Warlord. My guys are pro-red, theirs aren't. Oh yeah, we're not dead here. They just gain a bunch of life. We just casually go down to like 3. He says pretending it's not a big deal. Now they're back at 38. Welcome to life. I'm planning on going to GP Orlando in a few months. I didn't know it existed. But yeah, I don't see why not. This sounds like a fun idea. As long as, I mean, I'll be working on the Sunday, but I won't be working on the Saturday. So that sounds like a cool idea. Count me in. Don't be at me. Don't be at me. Yay, not at me. So we're probably looking at a Wrath effect from our Heliod player, which would be fine if it meant that our red-green player wasn't just drawing a bunch of cards in response. How much commander damage has been dealt? Oh, that's a great question. I don't really know off the top of my head. We really need another land. 1, 2, 3. We only have 7 mana, so we can't play 2 spells at once, which is severely hurting how our deck works. Alright, what are we seeing out of this mono white player? Looks like a Hollow Burrow effect. Okay, looks like a Sunscour effect? Destroy all creatures and planeswalkers if your turn scry 2. Alright. So that's good, but not great because of greater good. I'd almost rather they didn't do this, because now we can't, like, kill them. This makes it a lot harder for us to kill them, because we don't have 4, 8, 12, 16, plus 6. We don't have 22 damage on board. I think we could have gotten really close to killing them next turn if they didn't do this, actually. We put Zergo out. That's 22 plus 14. That's 36. Yeah, that's lethal. Shoot! Hey! Why are you wrathing? Don't wrath. Why are you... Why? Poor K. Yeah, lethal. Sounds good to me. They did put an Uvara Hellcat underneath it, which is kind of cool. They should take control of our Spawn Wraith. That's the only answer I see available to them. Yeah, I probably should have communicated that better, but yeah. He really wanted the Scry 2. I didn't realize I had lethal until I looked and realized I had lethal, but now I don't have lethal. I need a creature with lifelink. Yeah, but if I'm on white, you probably just hold that and kind of wait till our turn. They did get rid of the Spawn Wraith. Spawn Wraith is Bay. That's exactly how that works. Are they going to pay 2 life for a Spawn Wraith token, getting a Spawn Wraith token? Because, I mean, that's what they should do. We draw Silverblade Paladin. Does that do anything for us? No, because we have not drawn lands consistently this game. I guess we can Silverblade Paladin the Madra Cyclops with the Brutal Horde Chief, which is kind of cute. Right? That'd be 1, 2, 3. Then we have 1, 2, 3, 4 left. So we could, yeah, I guess we could just give this thing Double Strike. It's kind of embarrassing, but it's kind of all we have. And then we deal 6 plus 4, which is 10 damage. They go to 22, and they kill us with whatever's in their hand because they have haste through Xenagos. Is the answer just putting up a defensive blockade so we don't die immediately? It might be. If that's the case, then we probably still play Silverblade Paladin, Brutal Horde Chief. We probably still play Silverblade Paladin and Madra Cyclops, but just don't attack. I think it's the only thing we can do. And just hope that our opponent doesn't have 3 damage within the 8 cards in hand. But yeah, I would say, as someone mentioned in chat, that our communication wasn't great. We should have just communicated that a lot better. Just been like, hey, we have lethal, please don't attack here. Actually, we actually probably play the Horde Chief. Sure, we'll give it Double Strike, why not? They have Vigilance, so, right? They have, God, there's so many keywords. They have Prop Black and Red, Double strike, first strike, flying, haste, trample, and vigilance. Sounds good. For the record, forgot about the vigilance, so we're going to get the attack in. I always forget about the vigilance. Chroma's Memorial is a busted magic card. Yeah, I totally forgot about the vigilance. It's all the way down there. Double strike plus first strike? Is that like triple strike? It's not, but let's pretend it is together. Alright, so we're going to gain 2 life. They're going to lose 2 life from a Brutal Horde Chief. And they're going to take 10. So, that's cute. Pew pew. Alright, so we should just be dead here. I really can't say a way that we lived through this. Our opponent just needed to find 1 fling effect and 1 creature with power 7 or greater. And they win. Simple as pie. How is Saskia treating me? This is our first game with it. We drew we kept a 2-lander with a couple of signets, but all of our lands came into play tap, so we weren't able to really play the cards that we wanted to play, and ended up kind of being a little bit of a poop soup. We really weren't able to get our early creatures out in time, and we have a lot of 3-drops, and we drew one of them, which was Spawn Wraith. So overall, I still think this deck is actually pretty decent. We're going to just be running it back next game. I think we're going to be probably trading out Zergo, and probably trading out the coming to play tap lands like Lava Claw Reaches for something else. I did play Signets poorly. That's true. Yeah, the Spirit of Spawn Wraith is always around. It's actually currently underneath the Mimic Bat, just kind of chilling out. It's down there, just like, hey guys, I matter too. Please love me. I love you, Spawn Wraith. Always will. Never won't. It's got 38. I don't want to go above 38 lands. It doesn't seem really prudent for how the deck works. I do want to mess with some of the lands. I think we probably just have too many cards like Lava Claw Reaches. I added a bunch of them at the end there because it just seemed like a fun thing to do, forgetting about how bad it is when you have cards in the battlefield tapped. So we're probably going to take a couple of the coming to play tapped creature lands out. Specifically, Reaches, Needle Spires, and Stirring Wildwood. We're going to keep in... Oh, hey, look, Killmouth Dragon. That gets haste. Alright, that doesn't seem like it kills us. Unless, how much can they amplify the Killmouth Dragon? He says, hoping it's 0 amount. A 7-mana 14/14. Hey there. What did you reveal? Revealing Scourge of Valkas. I would play that first. And Savage Ventmaw. So there's now a 14/14 Killmouth Dragon on the battlefield that can tap to deal damage equal to the number of plus what counters out to start creature or player. So all they have to do is suit this up with Warhammer and attack our mono white player, then tap this to kill us. No, then this wouldn't have haste. How do they do this? It's a real question. I don't know what the answer to that is. I don't think they can kill us both. They would have to like Warhammer up the Killmouth Dragon and swing it at us, or find another way to give it haste. If they go like, what could they do here? They could go. So Fighter188 asks, hey guys, quick question. I don't know MTGO. I know you have to pay money for an account and cards, but do I need to pay money to play games on the platform? To play casual games like this, when it comes to Commander, you do not need to pay any money at all. It's free, except for the cost you may spend in acquiring cards. If you want to play competitive events like drafts or sealeds or competitive standard, legacy, vintage, or pauper events, then yes, it would cost money. But that's only those events and only in that type. If not, you're pretty much good. So, there's that. Yeah. But as far as Commander, pretty much at this point it's free. I've developed a collection over a long amount of time, so there is that. We have a 28/28 Killmouth Dragon and a Trampling Xenagos. Oh, is this enough to kill us? Oh, it is! Oh, wow, that's really well played. I didn't see that at all. So a 10-6 Xenagos attacking us. We only have 5 toughness, so that actually kills us. And then the Killmouth Dragon 28-28 attacking them on a white player. So that does kill us. Really easily. So that's a good game from us. Unless there's a Wing Shards. Can I get a Wing Shards? Can I get a Wing Shards? Can I get a Wing Shards? It doesn't matter that we have Double Strike because this is indestructible. Can I get a Wing Shard? Alright. We're gonna quickly retool a mana base. No Needle Spires, no Lava Claw Reaches. I still like the Temples. Is that really all the ones we put in here? Good, didn't put in the Wildwood. No Mosswort Bridge, just seems a little bit greedy. We can take out Township as well. And Bog. Alright, let's put lands that come into play untapped into this deck. White, black, red, and green. Type. Let me look at them lands. Alright. Give me Summit. Retreat. Give me Victory or give me Death? No. Give me Chapel. Crag. Grove. I mean, command tower's in here. Okay, good. Seems good enough. All right, cool. I don't think we want to play a card like Mana Confluence. We should be good on mana. Beyond that, let's take out Zergo. Let's add in. We need more just straight up removal. Give me You know what would be good in here? Mark Zub mentions Rampant Growth. I'm actually going to grab myself a Farseek. There you go. Well played. I appreciate your addition. It's a really smart idea. I'm running low on coffee, so I'm going to quickly just leave the deck up, and I'm going to be right back in a moment. There's a lot of perspective cards we have in this deck that I'm really just kind of trying out. Ravos Soul Tender is one. Thundermaw Hellkite is another. Bruce Tarl we're trying out in the other 99. Rayhan we're trying out. You know what, actually? Oh, God. I got to find a place for Grenzo, funnily enough. You know, a double red card in this deck. Give me Grenzo, take out... Take out Ravos. There we go. Alright, I'll be right back in just a moment. I really want to try out Grenzo on the other 99 of these decks. I think he's fantastic, and I really want to try it out. So I'll be back in just a moment. I'm just getting myself some more coffee, and we're going to run it back with this Saskia deck. Hopefully we have more than 2 lands. I'll be right back, Fitz. I love you. Yes, you too. Oh, you're a kitty. Yes, you are. You're a kitty. You can keep sleeping. It's okay. All right, let's bring it on back, y'all. One hop this time. One hop this time. Are we a Sol Ring deck? Look at this deck. I mean, I think the Cultivates and the K Reaches mean we're a Sol Ring deck, but most of the time I don't think... Man, this deck might not be a Sol Ring deck. We're so insistent on our mana costs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It just does it with the signets. Alright, we're keeping the Sol Ring, but honestly it's closer than you think it is. Like, a lot closer than you think it is. Maybe this Mirror Crusader is just too big of a dumb guy. Let's run it back. Let's see how this works. Yeah, I basically was looking through the cards. I was like, oh, it's a lot of multicolored spells in here. And then I saw all of the signets, and I immediately stopped pretending this wasn't a Sol Ring deck, because obviously it's a Sol Ring deck. Gonna wish our opponents hello and good luck. Look, another terrible hand. Actually, is it terrible? We have all of our colors. We have a 3-drop that's really good, especially against what we're playing against. Is this hand terrible? We're good long. That's what she said. We're probably going to be able to play Saskia on turn 4 as long as we draw a land. And Tauren Mauler can really keep us in the game for a long time. This is really, really, really close. I think the answer is to keep it and not get greedy. I guess we are never casting Thundermaw Hellkite unless we draw a red source. This is so close. We're up against Yijis, Kesa, and another Saskia deck. I think Tauren Mauler can do a lot of work against those decks. They don't have easy removal, except for the Saskia build. And we're probably going to be teaming up against Yidris in the beginning, so Tauren Mauler's going to do a really good job. Thundermaw Hellkite's also just a haste flyer. I'm going to keep this hand, but I could really go either way. I'm mainly keeping it because of the commander we're playing against. So we're playing Saskia. Black, red, green, white, Vigilance, haste 3/4, human soldier. As it enters the battlefield, choose a player and point at them. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, it deals that much damage to the chosen player. Our top left player is playing Yidris Malsham Wanderer. Blue, black, red, green for a trampling 5/4 ogre wizard. Whenever this deals combat damage to a player, as you cast spells from your hand this turn, they gain Cascade. Our middle player is playing Kesa. 3 double green for a 2/3 elf druid. Green creatures get +1/+1, but only the ones that you control. Our top right player is also playing Saskia, because they're correct. Black, red, green, white for a Vigilance haste 3/4. Whenever she enters the battlefield, make sure to point at somebody. Raging Ravine was a fantastic draw. So win on this Raging Ravine. Very nice. So we're also playing against another Saskia player. I'm going to be cautious, but I'm pretty sure this is a Saskia Infect deck. So we have to figure out who to kill first, and it might not be the Yidris player. Hey, look, a Sol Ring. Even the mono green deck is a Sol Ring deck. Almost everything but blue again. Everything's green, though, I'll tell you that. Selfless Spirit, turn 2. Flying 2/1, sacrifice it. Oh, Managorger Hydra 2. You don't say. We're going to play this Rootbound Crag and pass. So Managorger Hydra and Tauren Mauler are very similar cards. 2 and a green for a 1/1 trample. Whenever a player casts a spell, put a +1 counter onto Managorger Hydra. Tauren Mauler, whenever an opponent casts a spell, you can put a +1 counter onto Tauren Mauler. The only difference is Tauren Mauler has a lot more auto. You have to, like, pay attention to it. Tauren Mauler is one of the rare cards that is significantly better on MTGO because it does all the work for you. Who is my favorite of the new 4-color generals? To play, my favorite is Yidris because it's just so much fun. To play against, my favorite is probably Kainos and Tyros and Meletis. I feel like those decks are just really fun to play against, funnily enough. And then after that, I don't know. But I really like... we're playing against Tribal Rebecca Guayart, actually. But so far, yeah, I'm a really big fan of playing Yidris. I think that deck is busted beyond belief and just a blast. So we're playing against Tribal Rebecca Guayart. 2 and a green for a 1/1 enters the battlefield. Get a forest into play. Also have a turn 2 Cryptolith from our Yidris player. 2 mana enchantment. Creatures you control have tap at 1 mana of any color to your mana pool. Simple and clean indeed. Do I run Forgotten Ancient? I don't, but I should. I'm actually thinking, I'm building a deck in my head. I remember we built a deck. Ooh, Isolated Chapel, you say? I remember we actually built a deck that was built around growing creatures. I think it was a Janara deck. I think it's like Janara Grow. I have to check in on that deck now that you mention it. Because I remember building a deck around it and just didn't work too well. Oh, is it down here somewhere? It was probably playing Prophet of Kruphix, so it's got a thing next to it. Did I delete it? I know it was bad, but it wasn't that bad. Oh, I guess it was that bad. Fine. Whatever. Good job, Past Tom. So I decided to go with Managorger Hydra here. Oh, stuck on 2 mana for a Yidris player. We have an Oracle Moldiah coming down for the Kesa player. I went Managorger Hydra so that if we decide to cast our Saskia next turn, we can just demolish people. Whereas, yeah, actually that's the exact reason why I played this over the Tauren Mauler. Do I have a Bow and Elia in my Yidris deck? I don't, but it probably should. That sounds like a great card to put in that deck. Stupid Past Tom. It kind of is. That's fine, though. I didn't delete it? Okay, was it there and I just missed it? That'd be embarrassing. Alright, Saskia, who are you going to point at? They point at me? What? 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 Traitor. Oh my god, they pointed at me. Why, though, you fiend? Alright, fine. I see how this works. We're paying 2 life this turn, boys and girls. We've been challenged to a duel. They don't even know. They don't even know. I'm going to cast my commander, and I'm going to point at you. You did this to yourself. I like how we're also stealthily killing the mono green player while we do this. So we decided to point at the other Saskia player, and we're actually sending this 4/4 Managorger to Hydra at their face too, which will do them 8 damage. People are dying quick. People are dying real quick. And then next turn, we go Isolated Chapel into Thundermaw Hellkite. Oh man. Our next turn is gonna be sweet. Ooh, Rift Sweeper. 2 mana, 2/2, enters the battlefield. Choose target face-up exiled card. Its owner shuffles it into their own library. So, I am a little bit concerned with this Yidris deck. I really want to put it out there before we die to it that it is incredibly possible this Yidris deck wins in the next 2 turns. I'm just putting it out there for everyone to know so that no one's surprised when it happens, okay? But in the meantime, like, did you see this cat over there? It's the cutest. I'm gonna go over here. Yeah, your just player is just sitting back like, you know, I'm kind of okay with this. This is fine with me. Our Managorger Hydra keeps getting bigger. Keeps getting bigger. It keeps growing and growing. It keeps growing, growing. Keeps growing, growing. Keeps growing, growing. That was a reference to a Black Eyed Peas song. Yes, I'm proud of it. Don't ask questions. That is a Sage of Ancient Lore hitting the field. 5 mana, star, whose power and terms are each equal to the number of cards in your hand. When enters the battlefield, make sure to draw a card. Beginning of each upkeep with no spells were cast last turn. Transform Sage of Ancient. Transform Sage of Ancient Lore. It's a 5/5. I got a 7/7 Managorger Hydra. Oh, I still have Be Right Back. I guess that's a good point. I should take that down. Thank you for the save over the monkey. I appreciate it greatly. Am I proud of this cat? I mean, it's not even my cat. It just fits. Being fits. He knows he's being adorable. Also, when he sleeps, he looks like he's dead. I'm going to be honest. He's not dead. He's not. He just looks like he's dead, but he's alive. Like the other cat down there. Lewis, who's also just adorable. He's over there. You know what I'm not excited for? Our opponent to somehow... Zealous conscripts? Aw, shit. That is bad. That is really bad. Okay. So, right. This is what people call an issue. Alright, we have to talk with Breffin. Alright. I see you went for the nuclear option. I like to suggest we kill the other players instead. Oh, none of this is going at me. Oh, I'm fine with this. Alright, fine. Cool. Alright, we're gonna kill that player. What you see here is Tom getting bullied. Alright, we're at 17. That's just happening now. Alright, can we kill that player? Because they're scaring me. Alright, so if I cast Hellkite, that's 20. This would become a 19-19, basically. I guess send this way, so that's 3. 3 plus 10 is 13. Plus 16 would be lethal. Well, this would be 9, so it'd be 18. 18 minus 8 is 10. So 10, 23 damage. So they're almost dead to that. That's pretty cute. I think that's what we go for. Because if I don't, I'm dead. That's literally how this works. Hey, look, Thundermaw Hellkite. That card that I wasn't sure if we should play in this deck, we're playing in this deck. I see you're capable of killing me. May I suggest a truce? Alright, send that way, send that way, send that way. Alright, hello and good luck. This Hydra is really good at being a Hydra. Blooped. Y'all got blooped. Hey, we should work together and kill this player. Hey, opponents. We should work together and kill that player. It's just a slight suggestion, but their Saskia is going to kill me if we don't. Hey, look! Managorger Hydra gets bigger. God, I love this card. This is already a 10-10. Oh. Should we just play Xenagos? Yeah, we probably should just play Xenagos. It's an 18-18 that hits -4. That's 28 damage. It's probably lethal. Whoops. Good point, Tybucks. I missed that play. Whoopsie doodle. Alright, go mono green player. Kill the other sounds good player. This Hydra is so good. One of the decks I played in the last standard season was a Teamer Stompy deck, and Hydra was 100% in it. Because randomly it would just be a 7-7, your opponents would be like... And you'd be like, yeah, it's a 7-7. I understand that my opponents are probably okay with me dying, but I'd rather not be dead. If I'm dead, who polices the fun police? It's a real question. If I'm dead, who streams the stream? Who streams the stream? If they cast Kesa, they can kill the Saskia player. Full stop. Alright, wait a second. Alright. 1 sec. If you kill Saskia, I can kill Yidris next turn. please. Just to placate them. I think I can kill the Aegis player. I'm not too sure, but I'm pretty sure. I have a 12-12 trample, which would be a 24-24 next turn. I am Lewis? Oh, Louis. That's why I said it's the mono green player. Howdy, Mizik. We're playing a Saskia deck. It's real fun. And we actually have mana in play, which is real nice. Right now we have an 11-11 Mana Gorger Hydra, which is awesome. We do have a Saskia currently targeting the other Saskia player, because the other Saskia player also targeted us. So we had to play some Highlander with them to teach them a lesson. That lesson being, please don't do that and stop. Really easy lesson if you think about it. The other Saskia player has now died. Alright, that's pretty good. So if we attack them and then Savage Beating for an additional attack phase, what happens? We see how they block, and then we get additional attack phase. We should be able to kill them? That's what it looks like. Bowen Elliott hits the field, 3 mana, attack creature you control, Death Touch. We could also play Xenagos, turn this into a 26-26. 26 plus 5 is exactly 31. And so yeah, that does kill our top left player as well. I think I'm going to go with Xenagos here, because we should have played it last turn, and so I kind of feel embarrassed. So I'm going to cast Xenagos. This turns into 13-13. This Mana Gorger Hydra is so good. Hey there, Mana Gorger Hydra. What if you were a 26-26? If there's one thing you'll learn while watching this stream is that I do not lie. I really don't. I may speak some half-truths, but I don't lie. If I tell you that I can kill the Aegis player, I usually can, unless something weird happens. But now they're dead. Alright, you and me, mono green player. Hello and good luck. Nope, I did not kill the mono green player after that. Because I'm not a savage player. I play fair and balanced Magic. Yeah, man, we could have allied each other, chosen different players than the Saskia players, and then just had fun. When Tom says, I'm the best, is that a lie or a half-truth? I mean, 2 of the 3 words in that statement isn't wrong. I'm the is correct. That's a really cute cat under my table right now. Just loving on me. I love you so much, Lewis. Is that a Woodfall Primus? Hey! Are you going to target my lands right now? Fine. They got rid of my Raging Ravine. Probably correct. Oh, Sword of Iron Ice, you say. So what I'm going to cast is, if I cast a Champion Lambholt here, what happens? Nothing really. I probably still cast Champion Lambholt, though. Oh, I don't have the green for it. I cannot cast Champion Lambholt. Let's just go with Tauren Mauler, then. Cast Tauren Mauler. Get a count on a Mana Gorger Hydra. Do any of these creatures have... No, none of those... Okay, none of them do. Alright. I'm going to make a 30-30 Mana Gorger Hydra. And just attack like this. Seems appropriate. They'll be able to block with the Woodfall Primus and come back and eat up another one of our lands, but honestly, I don't mind. Oh, sorry. I keep saying, oh, Lewis. The other cat is here, and they're adorable, and they keep rubbing up on me, and it's the cutest gosh darn thing in the world. It's a lot of blockers here for this Mana Gorger Hydra. All of the blockers here for the Mana Gorger Hydra. That's fine with me. We'll kill everything then. We'll still take 5 from Thundermaw Hellkite. Man, this Hydra has been quality. Interesting blocks to be sure. All right, they're gonna not make that block. All right, that's fine. Assign blocking order. I'm gonna kill them all. So this is a fine blocking order. They still take 13 to the face. There's no real bonus in us not killing the Wolfwall Primus there. I guess we should have done some math. Did we have lethal we attack with everything? That's interesting. Crush of Worms making 3 6/6s. In response, I would like to make my Tauren Mauler 3/3 and that into a 16/16. Your move, Kaiba. Alright. Lewis, get up here. You can do it. You may be fat, but it's just big bones, I promise. Scry 1, Wake can go on the bottom. We'll cast a sort of Fire and Ice to make our Managorger Hydra bigger. Let's pump it up. And swing to the fences. Did you know this Managorger Hydra is a real good card? Like, real good. Well done, us. Alright, good job, Managorger Hydra. I mean, if you want an MVP, it's that guy. What AER cards am I excited for? The AER cards I'm excited for are pretty much... You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do something you probably don't see too often. I'm going to put a Mana Confluence in this deck. Oh, of course that's what would happen. Take out... Isolate Chapel. There we go. I'm excited for the bear that just... I'm excited for Saram or whatever his name is. Saran? Sarah? Something like that. Alright, Lewis, get over here. Get over here, Lewis. Oh, Lewis. Oh, Lewis. Oh, yeah, the Pokedex. I want to play the Pokedex, too. He's like, I hate all of this. Why are you doing this to me? I'm just a cat. Alright, Lewis, it's okay. You can readjust yourself how you'd like. Oh, you just want to sit there. That's your goal. Alright, fine. Works for me. Sure. It's not annoying. Oh, look, he's gone. There we go. So yeah, probably Saram. Someone mentions the upkeep deck. Are there cards coming in the next set for the upkeep deck? That'd be nice. I would like some good upkeep cards. Is the next set? It's actually probably in... Oh, it's not in here yet. Is it though? Ah, they didn't put it in yet. Otherwise, I would look it through here. Have you ever tried to build Tribal Cats? I haven't, but it'd probably be not that terrible. Not that terrible. I know that I have a Jareth deck that I like. It's not great, but it's not terrible. It's like how my scale for decks is. It's not terrible. That's about it. Welcome to EDH. Ooh, that's a cool Abbot of Carol Keep. I have 2 of these now. Oh, that's the other deck I wanted to build. So a deck that I always build each standard format is a standard commander deck. Here's something I like to do. Usually a thought experiment. It gives me an excuse to try out new cards from standard. So first thing we need to do is give ourselves some legendary creatures. Alright. Looks like green-red has a lot of value in this standard format. Is that really it? No, that can't be all of my legendary creatures. Come on. Archangel Labs and Kalatas, Ishkana, Gisela, Depala, Ulamog. Really is it. So we can't do... Most of the time you can go really multicolored with it. But this time we can't. So I would probably investigate green-red over anything else just because it's a bit bombier. Green-blue could be pretty good. Green-red looks pretty good as well. God, I wish there was a tricolor legendary in this set, but there isn't. And we're playing Tanya's Journal. What would you want to do? What does standard look like? Green-black looks to be filled with heavy hitters from these sets. Ooh, I'm a big fan of green-black. It might just be a Gitrog Frog deck. I'm also looking at green-blue. Racking the brains in a jar. Green-black looks pretty great as far as for a commander deck. Give me Gonti, Cavalry. Go Delirium based, of course. Green-blue looks decent. I don't think it's very good, though. Green-red does look pretty good, though. How many Planeswalkers are in our deck? We have 1, 2. Alright, good job, us. Oh, the Ally Commander is 5 colors. Hold up. That's a good point. Oh. That is a bomb in Commander. Artistry is insanely good. Oh, so all the Harvest in Standard? Huh. I didn't know that. We're playing Gitrog Frog, so Reclamation, Advocate. Journal's already in. Tracker. Traverse. We can play Triskaidekaphobia. That sounds like fun. Observer. This is the method I use to find out that I really like Bloodgift Demon. Stomper seems great. Not good enough. You can't get Judge going. Not looking at Bonds. Sifter Thrall. Monitor Patrol. Not gonna Sensation. I really want to investigate what green-black looks like. Because it might be the best thing we can do. As I put in a bunch of colorless cards, by the way. Ooh, we can play all the modules for fun. Let's do that. I don't play all the modules. Modules are a blast. Are you looking at Ori? No. We're not looking at Kita City either. Not a big fan of her. We're going to Midnight Oil? Probably not. Not going to Dread Knight either. Not going to Punishment. Wicked Skulls. Not going to Spirit. This deck honestly doesn't look bad at all right now. There's the other module. Diabolic Tutor seems fine. It's Commander after all. Do we want a Recruiter? I don't think I want a Recruiter. Do we want a Handicraft? Is there a reason to Handicraft? I mean, it's a really decent late game card. Long game card, I mean. There's the other module. Don't think we want a Handicraft. Grip of Desolation, 100% is going in. I'm not going to Graph Mole. Hedron Archive comes in. Hermit, I actually really like. No Pacifist. No Kindly Stranger. We don't need a Morbid Curiosity. That card is just terrible. Ooh, Murder. Oh, did I pass Smuggler's Copper like 5 times? RS. Oh, where's Copter? I know I bought one. Oh, it's illegal in Standard! 1 second. Let me grab this card that's banned in Standard. Hey, look, Smuggler's Copter. Oh, that's so funny. You know why we couldn't find Smuggler's Copter? Because it's literally banned in Standard. That's why. It's like, you guys keep mentioning Copter. I would have put it in if I could see it. And it's like, oh, that's right. It's not visible because it's banned in Standard. I'm not going to play Pack Guardian. Actually, Pack Guardian's pretty good with Gitrog Frog. You get to draw a card and get a 2-2. I'm down for that. I'm not going to Concoction. Don't need a Disposal. I already have Scrying. Don't want any of these Werewolves. They're kind of bad. I do want a Vampiric Rites. That seems like a really good way to get value going long, as well as Underworld Mysteries. Give me Weirding Wood. I don't want Courier. Close, though. I don't think we need Bone Splitters either. Almost spilled my coffee again. I don't think I really want to play Filigree Familiar. It doesn't seem exactly like what we're trying to do in this deck. I do want to play Grapple with the Past, though, I'll tell you that. Are we looking to Channeler? We could Channeler. Do we want a Channeler? We don't want a Channeler. Do we want a Channeler? I'm going to put Channeler in for a little bit. We might want a Channeler, because we have a lot of cards that cost colorless to cast. Macabre Waltz doesn't seem that bad in this deck. I already have Murder, because we're good at this game. I don't think we need Prey Upon. I don't really want too much one-to-one removal. I'd rather have something like Rabid Bite. Speaking of, there's Root out, which actually would definitely want to play Seer's Lantern. Do we want to play Root out? We might actually probably want to play Root out. Is there anything else we really need to not miss? I don't want to play any of the Thriving cards. Terrarian could be decent, but I don't think we really need it. Wall Captive seems decent. Vessel and Nascency, 100% we want in this deck. Alright. And let's touch the lands. Oh, wait, first. Alright. What does our Panoramicon actually do? Right now it does nothing. It helps with Gonti. Helps with Stomper. Helps so far with 3 cards, 4 cards, 5 cards, 5 cards. Yeah, it doesn't seem that great. You don't need to take out too many cards from here, funnily enough. I'm going to take out... I really want to see if this card's good. So, funnily enough, I'm not taking out Permeating Mass. We can take out Carrier Thrall. Take out Drana. I don't think we're ever going to get Architect off. Eldritch Evolution. Interesting. What would we do with this card? Not enough. Fine with the rest of it. Just don't know if Stomper's good enough. Gonna take out Stomper, gonna leave Channeler. Some of these guys have to come out. What does this card do? This card is just terrible. Yep, just terrible. Don't need Monitor. This is interesting because it's actually a really decent long game card, funnily enough. But it's also just a 6/8 for 7. I agree. Deadly Danger. We're going to drop Briarbridge Patrol. What does he even support? 7 mana 6/6 that gives all my creatures +1/+1 is the idea. Alright. I can go away. There goes Cryptbreaker. There goes Mass. It's actually terrible. I really like the idea of Endbringer. I think that's a good way for us to actually do productive things. Gonna take out Panharmonicon. It's just not good enough with enough of our cards. It's good, but it's not good enough. Probably Butcher comes out too. Take out Tutor. Take out Bite. That's 61. Okay. Wreckage, Mirror Pool, Temple, Sanitarium, Quagmire, Woodlands, Westfield Abbey, Orchard, Bed, Wilds, Mire, Solar Harvest is, funnily enough, in Standard. I was just as surprised as you were. Then just basics from here? I guess it's just basics from here. Not a really good land base in this set. Never mind, I'm just missing a bunch of really good ones. And then real quick, we're going to do this. I want to see what cards I'm missing that could go in this deck. Gosh, a lot of really good ones is what you're telling me. Okay. Cultivator. I'd be down for a Slayer's Play. That card seems great. Are ya pooping? I do want Baloth, no. Anything else we're really missing here? Battle Emissary seems pretty alright. But I don't see many ways we're going to get to work. Grab me a magnifying glass. This deck is going to desperately need any ways to generate card advantage. Magnifying glass way to eventually generate card advantage. Anything else we're really missing? Doesn't look like it. If you're wondering, hey Tom, do you play Standard at all? The answer is no. Tom does not. Let's grab some cards real quick. Kozilek's return is $12 now? Nice. How much for Fancy Gear Hulk? 7 tickets for Fancy Gear Hulk? What? Why is this card only $7? That seemed really silly. That's crazy to me. Why is that card only $7? What? What? How much is an Ishkana? Too much money. That's not worth it. How much for a Kalos? That can't be right. It isn't. It's $18. Nope. How about Big Ob? $2 in. How about Ulamog? World Breaker? How about regular Gear Hulk? Regular Gear Hulk actually looks better. Gonna take the regular Gear Hulk. And also throw in a couple of Aetherflux Reservoirs for me, please. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sweet. Worth. Alright, let's take out some bad cards. Minus 10 is 70. Minus 3 is 67. We need to take out 5 cards. Defiler goes. Under the Floorboards goes. What does this card actually do? Right. It's good in Standard. There we go. Alright, lands for the rest. Much more green than black. Sounds good. There we go. 37 lands. Perfect. All right. I actually think this deck can do some pretty cool things. I'm kind of excited. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 color sources. 9, 10, 9 color sources, 10 color sources. All right, good. We should be able to get there. All right, let's play some standard. Play a waste or two. I don't know about waste. Should be fun. I'm excited to play it. I hope it's fun. Just standard cards. It lets me actually try out standard cards. That's the exact point of this. Usually we end up making standard commander decks just so I can actually try out standard commander decks. One of the funniest things I always see is whenever cards come out, everyone's like, oh, this card would be great for EDH. Then no one actually plays them EDH. So the idea of making standard commander decks is it forces you to play those cards. Everyone keeps saying, oh, this card should be great in EDH. Actually playing them in EDH and seeing if they'd actually be good in EDH. This hand is so good. Oh my gosh. Gonna wish our opponents a good old hello and good luck. We are probably losing. So we are playing a deck completely composed of standard cards. We are playing Gitrog Monster. I'm going to keep this hand. 3 green black for a 6 with Death Touch. At the beginning of my upkeep, I sacrifice it unless I sacrifice a land. I can play additional land during each of my turns. Whenever one or more lands are put in my grave from anywhere, I draw a card. Our top left player is playing a combination of Thrasios and Vial Smasher the Fierce. 1 black red for a 2/3. Whenever you cast your first spell each turn, this deals damage equal to its converted mana cost when an opponent turns it at random. It's also partnered up with Thrasios. Thrasios is a green blue 1/3 that you can pay for to scry 1. Then you reveal the top card of your library. If it's a land, put it onto the battlefield tapped. Otherwise, draw a card. Our middle player is playing Yidris Maelstrom Wielder. Blue, black, red, green for a trampling 5/4. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, as you cast spells from your hand this turn, they gain Cascade. Ooh, a forest. And our top right player is playing Xenagos God of Revels. 3 red and green for a 6/5 that's indestructible. As long as your devotion red and green is less than 7, Xenagos is a creature. And at the beginning of combat on your turn, another target creature you control gains haste and gets +X/+X for X that creature's power. Alright, no one's ramping out with any really busted ramp, which is great. The number one way this deck can fall behind is if your opponent goes like Soul Ring Signet. You just almost should probably scoop. But I really like how this set of turns is going. So next turn we'll be able to play Hedron Archive, then play our commander. Turn 4 we're playing Hedron Archive. Turn 5 we're casting our commander, playing and sacrificing Evolving Wilds, and drawing a card and going from there. Are there any cards... Nacho asks, are there any cards from AER I'm really excited for? The cards I'm excited for aren't really Planar Bridge or Paradox Engine. Those cards seem really scary. The cards I'm excited for is actually stuff like Saral or Saran, whatever that guy's name is. Baral, maybe? I'm not sure. I'm excited for the 1 and a white 2/2 that whenever you cast an equipment aura or something else, you get to draw a card. That card looks sick. Or a vehicle, you get to just draw a card. That card looks amazing, and I cannot wait to play it. So yeah, that's the card I'm the most excited to play with. Turn 3, we're just going to pass. We have a lot of expensive cards for a deck that has this many 3-drops. This is one of those times where I go back into analysis and see what the average CMC is. Yeah, we're right in about the 3 or 4 range. It's a nice amount of 6-drops though, so there's that. Cultivate for a Vial Smasher deck. Vial Smasher says Thrasios deck. We are scared. But yeah, I mean, those are like the commanders I'm the most excited to play with, and definitely the cards I'm really excited to play. Actually, the cards I'm really excited to play with. It's kind of that simple. Chaos Warp coming down. 200 red instant. They put Thrasios back in the command zone here, but gave him a land for freezies. So Thrasios Vial Smasher player, all the way up to 5 mana after that Cultivate. Our turn's going to be really simple. Brainstorm going to be cast during the main phase for our Yidris player. Yidris. Then our goal next turn is just to play this Hedron Archive before our Yidris player randomly wheels our hand away, because I like our hand, and I really want this Hedron Archive in play. Because it's one of our only versions of Acceleration. Baral? I don't know. Archetype of Aggression, also on the battlefield. It's an enchantment creature. It's also a warrior. 3/2. Creature you control have trample. Creatures your opponent's control lose trample and can't gain trample. That is a Keldon Berserker. Whenever it attacks, if you control no untapped lands, it gets +3/+0. So they're going quick with the Xenagos deck, that's for sure. Ooh, Sifter of Skulls. Alright, I like all the cards in our hand. Usually a good sign for how this game should go. We're going to cast Hedron Archive and tap out. In order to utilize a key known as F8, as long as our lands are tapped and we cannot activate abilities for 0 or less, we just get to auto the turn. Makes life so much better. Ooh, my back hurts. That felt great though. Felwar Stone hits the field for our 4-color deck here. Followed by Vial Smasher maybe? Followed by Solemn Simulacrum. Consider me jealous. They should reprint this card. I wonder if I could no, I can't do that. That's mean. I was going to say I should probably be able to use Inventions, but I shouldn't because that's dumb and not how this should work. Alright, Yidris, did we get a land off that Brainstorm? That is the downside of Brainstorm, is that if you brainstorm and you don't find the cards you need, like this Yidris player didn't find the lands they need, you just get stuck with those 2 cards on the top of your library. Look at the pecs and guns on those hunky creatures. They are pretty ripped. Is that the theme of this deck? Because if that's the theme of this deck, that'd be hilarious. Do we just have the most ripped creatures in Magic? Here's Xenagos. He can make anyone pretty big. Oh, can he though? No, he can. Seems like he can, yeah. Xenagos is going to give one of these creatures +X and haste. And we're just going to cast our commander and play 2 lands. Casually and easily. And we have colorless mana for any of our needs. That's a 6/5 at trample. We're going to be attacked for 4 here, and 6 is going at our Solemn Simulacrum. Granted, everything is trample right now because of their archetype of aggression. Solemn Simulacrum gonna put his little face in the way of the archetype of aggression. So you're just gonna draw a card now. This deck is called Do You Even Lift? Alright, so our top right player is playing a Do You Even Lift deck. Which is not something I expected to play against anytime soon. We're going to cast our commander. Even in non-Gitrog decks, you should just always cast your commander the turn you can. Ooh, nice. I will grab myself a swamp here. I will grab myself a swamp here. Sweet. Play a... How important is Mortuary Mire going to be for us? I'd rather just play the tapped card and tap out and pass. He's also casually a 5-mana 6/6 with Death Touch, which is really good stats. Which is the reason we play Gitrog Frog whenever we can. We're going to have 9 mana next turn. Those are real numbers. Here's Vial Smasher, the Fierce. 3 mana 2/3. When you cast your first spell each turn, deals damage each last spell's converted mana cost to a random player. Alright, let's see if our Yidris player can draw a land. Can they draw a land? Looks like they cannot draw land. Maybe they drew... Oh, they Treacherous Terrain, basic land cycle. They found a land. Good job. I love Treacherous Terrain. I've been talking about this card for a while. 6 red, green, sorcery, deals damage to each opponent, equal number of lands they control. But with basic land cycling, you can actually do productive things, which is nice. They reanimate Hornet Queen. Alrighty then. That's a 3/3. Sorry, my opponent's at 33. Hornet Queen is a 7 mana 2/2 with flying and Death Touch. That puts 4 insects into play that also have flying and Death Touch. So that's a thing that we can't do anything about. Alright, cool. Cool story, Broski. Ooh, Magus of the Arena. A 6 mana 5/5 that for 3 you can tap target creature you control and target creature of opponent's choice they control. Those creatures fight each other this turn. Is that getting countered? It's getting desertioned. Oh. Ooh, Lord. That is... Spicy. Desertion's a 5-mana instant counter target spell. By the way, if an artifact or a creature is countered this way, it goes into play under your control instead. So now they have a Magus of the Arena. Magus of the Brarena. This guy is jacked. He's got a very weird jacket going on. You can see his abs, but everything else is covered. It's like someone who only works out their midsection and then everything else is flabby for some reason. Yep, this does mean that the Xenagos player is just going to send everything at the Vial Smasher / the Vial Smasher player. Going to block the archetype so creatures can have trample again. It's nice of them. So during our turn, we're just going to sacrifice one of these lands, draw an extra card, and go from there. We're always going to use the Gitrog Frog's ability. Although this deck isn't as tuned as others to be able to utilize the Gitrog Frog's ability, we will use it as much as we can. Because I like having a 6/6 trample in play. Sacrifice the Mire, draw. Oh, hey there, Splendid Reclamation. So, Blighted Woodland and a Forest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana. We can play Sifter of Skulls here. And crack Blighted Woodland. Which is exactly what I want to do. So we draw a card off of this as well. Get 2 Forests into play. We draw Pack Guardian. I've got a 6/6 with Death Touch that goes somewhere. Let's send it at, I guess at nobody? I'm not sending it into a field of Death Touch insects, and I don't really think I need to attack the Vial Smasher player. Actually, I do need to attack the Vial Smasher player. The reason I'm attacking Vial Smasher is because they have Desertion. They have a lot more lands than our green-red player. Howdy, Marty. We'll take 6 commander damage. This is a Splendid Reclamation. Probably going to be pretty splendid. Alright, so we're kind of hoping for a Massacre Worm or something like that from our Vial Smasher player here. Because I really want to be able to attack this Yidris player, but we just can't because of Hornet Queen. And our deck doesn't really have answers to Hornet Queen. At all. Apparently neither does his Vial Smasher player. Real Signet coming down, just going to deal 2 damage to somebody. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I deal 2 damage to a foe. They have this Vial Smasher has dealt a total of 7 damage directly to our Xenagos player on Acton. They are playing 2 commanders, both Vial Smasher and the Thrasios Triton Hero. And there's Angaris Quake, just gonna kill everything, which I'm kind of okay with. It's not that great against a Xenagos player, but it gets rid of the Hornet Queen, which is nice. We don't get the 1/1 off of Sifter of Skulls because we chose to put our commander into the command zone. Here's Oracle revealing Kikijiki on top. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 10 mana here. So we can go Soul the Harvest or Ulenwald Observer into something like Pack Guardian. That is a Berserkers of Blood Ridge hit the field. That's going to be an 8/8 that has to attack. Those guys are jacked. That's a good point. They take a Blood Oath to die in battle. So far, none have failed to fulfill the promise. That's hilarious. They swing at us. Hold up. Us? Why? I didn't just wrath your board. Pack Guardian actually does some pretty good work because you can discard the land for a Gitrog monster and get a 2/2 and draw a card. So really it's 4 mana, cycle a land, get a 2/2. Awesome. Ooh, Descendant Mindbender, that's fun. What can we do with that? That's 6 mana. We'd have 4 mana left. Yeah, I'm probably just going to play Soul. and pass. Look to flash Impact Guardian when our opponents try and kill us. And there's a Kiki-Jiki on top of this player's library. They can't be doing anything nice. Soul the Harvest, 6 mana, 6/6 with Trample. Whenever another non-token creature enters the battlefield under your control, you may draw a card. Ooh, what terrible card is this Vial Smasher player going to play? It's a really good thing you targeted us. We also took the 12 damage from this Animus Awakening, which is really annoying. Get that guy. So Animus Awakening is a pretty interesting card. X and a green, reveal the top X cards of your library, put all land cards from among them onto the battlefield tapped, and the rest of the bottom of your library in random order. Spell Mastery, if there are 2 or more instant and sorcery cards in your graveyard, and tap those lands. Revealing Sakashima, Rashmi, Void Mage Husher. There's even a K-Grip and a Void Winmer in this deck. It's pretty scary. They got a nice amount of lands off of that. Took 11 damage from this Vial Smasher. Can we kill them next turn somehow? We need to find this out together. Alright. Our Vial Smasher deck tapped out. I mean, that actually might mean they're dead. I'm not going to lie. You're right in that all of our lands eventually do probably end up in play because of Gitrog Frog, but I'd rather play the Pack Guardian than not play the Pack Guardian, I think is my answer. It's also we're playing cards in Standard. I mean, all of our cards are Standard legal. There's a point to where we don't have enough good cards. Trust me. The cards we're not playing for Pack Guardian aren't a long list. Howdy, Mininji. So, yeah, I mean, I like it overall. I think it's going to do some good work here because we're just going to have a random 4/3 out of nowhere, and we're going to draw a card off of it, which is nice. Which makes this grisly-looking Decimator of the Provinces even better. This card is just disgusting. Like, it is actively a disgusting-looking card. Like, if you ever wanted a reason not to let your kids play Magic, this is, like, type A. Reason A, not type A. This cat back here is just sleeping on its back. Paws in the air. Wait, can that Berserker Blood Ridge can actually just kill the top left player on its own if they use Kessig Wolfrun, can't they? Yep. Will they do so is a great question. 8 damage going in at our top left player. They go to 11. Stormblood Berserker. That guy is pretty jacked. Going to cast Pack Guardian. Draw a card. If it's a land, we're going to discard it. It is not a land. Whew! It's much better than a land. Alright. Let's Gonti, our top right player. Actually, probably our Yidris player. See what's in Yidris. Draw a card off of Soul of the Harvest. Mirror Pool's a good one. Let's see what's the top 4 of your deck. K-Grip, Combustible Gear Hulk, and Rampant Growth, you say? Alrighty then. Do I just want the K-Grip for later? I think I might just want the K-Grip for later. We also... Oh, we had to tap 2 black for Conti. Then we have to do this. Draw a card from the Soul of the Harvest. Kill our top left player with this Decimator of the Provinces. The budget Crater Hope Behemoth. We're leaving back a blocker so we can block Idris. And also so we can try and block whatever comes from Xenagos. We're at 15. I mean, we could just be dead to the Xenagos player if they try and kill us here. I wouldn't be surprised if nobody tried to kill us here. Also, this Void Winnower is pretty good on this board. I agree with you on the fact that Decimator is a cast trigger, which makes it a little bit worse. But it also does a lot of good work on, because it's a cast trigger, it can't be countered. Just really nice. So Great Oak Behemoth can be countered, but if you at least cast a Decimator, you get to get the +2/+2 and trample no matter what. And depending on what you sacrifice, it can be triple green for just give your creatures +2/+2 and trample. Then every once in a while, you also get an additional 7/7 with haste and trample. I mean, all these people saw me put this deck together, so they know that we only have standard cards. Here's a Temple, so they can scry one. They cycle Decree of Savagery, putting 4+1/+1 counters onto that. That's 7/7. So be a 14/14 with Menace. If they use Xenagos on it. Are they going to make me have to try and kill them? I'd rather not. I don't want to just die here. Kind of annoying. They are. Why do they want the Idris player to win so badly? I don't get it. I don't understand why they want the Idris player to win this badly. Attack our top right player for 13. Play Void Winnower. My opponents can't cast spells with even converted mana costs. My opponents can't block with creatures with even converted mana costs. You can still attack with them, though. We're just letting the Yidris player win. That's what's happening right now. Makes me disappointed. Just because they're at 4 doesn't mean they can't win this game. Just because they're only at 4 lands doesn't mean they can't win this game, is what I mean. Especially if we're just attacking each other. Should be working together. This is something they chose to do. Why not up Nyx kill the Menace guy? I'd rather play the Void Winnower. I mean, I'm more scared of spells they can cast. I should cut off around half the spells they can cast. It also does really good against the Yidris player. Not worried about random Doom Blades because those have an even greater mana cost. And it's an 11/9, which is really important, so it blocks real well. That's the idea, at least. For the record, I did think this meant can't attack or block. I definitely misread Void Winnower. So that's also part of what's going on. That is an odd given mana cost card. I think we're dead to that. Yeah, we're dead to that if he sends everything at us. Because I should have kept one more creature back. This is my fault. I misread Void Winnower, basically. These warriors? No, just that's a warrior. Yeah. It's the other reason this is happening. Thought we were a bit safer. I mean, yeah, I'll make sure the Yidris player wins here. Just double block this and single block this and eat it all. Hold up. That's interesting. So we're still alive? Sweet. We're still alive. That can't be right. Right? Okay. Interesting. So if we create a copy of this, it's another 7/7 with haste. Neither of these players can block our creatures right now. That's lethal on the top right. That's not lethal on the top left. What could we do to make it lethal on the top left? We can make another copy of this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it's 12. Yeah, we're going to play another game after this. Certainly. So we have to kill nobody here, otherwise we lose. It's literally how this works. The question is if it's better to make another copy of Decimator. Or just like Mindbender them. Might be better to like Mindbender them. Let's kill our top right player first. Start there. No, I would just be copying it for a trample haste 7/7. Which is also good in this game. We go like Splendid Reclamation and then cast Distended Mindbender targeting them, which doesn't seem that bad. We could also like Oblivion Sower, targeting them, of course. And then sacrifice it to cast Mindbender. Then sacrifice one of these cards to cast... Probably sacrifice this to cast Mindbender, so I have 2 big blockers. Alright, let me exile top 4 cards of your library, put all lands. Reveal this way into play under my control. I get a forest. That's nice. I draw a swamp. So now I can 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 mana. I could sacrifice this, have 6 left. And then green and like... Okay, I can now cast Observer first, which is kind of hilarious. Cast Unlawald Observer. Draw Traverse Unlawald. Emerge this, sacrificing Decimator. Draw a card. Take your cards out of your hand. Okay, hey there, hun. You're drawing a Hymn to Turok. Gonna get rid of the Gush. Pass to you. You have a land on top. Oh, it didn't take down what was in this guy's hand, because I don't remember already. Took the Gush, because they could cast the Gush. They can play Runes of the Deus. They have a double striking 7/6 now. I'm going to put a 5/8, a 6/6, and a 5/5 in front, just to be safe. Eight plus 6 plus 11. We have more than enough toughness here. We're good. Ooh, Everafter is cute. We're at 1. We draw a Drownyard Temple. I'm going to bring back this Decimator to my hand. And then they're at 19, so I can just cast this and win, right? Looks like it. All our creatures get +2/+2 and trample. We also have a 7/7 with haste. They can't block with any of their creatures. Let's win the game. That was interesting. We should have died. I think nobody should have just killed us there. Surprised they didn't. But overall, I mean, our deck pretty much did what it was supposed to do. Right? Like, once you got to basically 6 or 7, we just keep playing big, overcosted, overstatted standard fatties. It's kind of the goal. Nothing else to really do there. I liked how it played out. Overall, I liked to play out. Oh, you didn't realize you had lethal. Okay, good. I was really surprised you didn't kill us there. I was like, why didn't you kill us? I was very interested. But yeah, overall, I liked how the deck played. I think we were able to get a lot of lands in play, get Rog Frog, did what it was supposed to do. We drew a lot of really good cards. Decimator is as good as people thought it was going to be in Commander, I think is a big thing that we found out. There was a couple of cards, like I hadn't actually played with Decimator yet, and I've only played against Void Winnower, and I liked both. I liked Mindbender when it came down to that last situation, of course, because that's what Mindbender excels at. I think this is pretty decent. I'd be very interested to see what... Like, the problem when you go with only standard cards, you can't do monocolor decks. Like, a Linvala or a Bruna deck just wouldn't work. Even though they're great cards. I'd almost rather play like a Kambal deck and just go strict white-black. And go for very... Because there's definitely a white-black deck in standard that could do some good work. Or like a blue-white Noyan Dar deck could be really interesting. Because Noyan Dar himself is really strong. There's also, of course, a decent black-red aggro deck, aggro build with Olivia, but I don't think she's good enough. I'd almost rather go white-black Camball with Gonti. Is there a deck for that? 1, 2, 3, 4. I need to spend a lot more mana and a lot more planeswalkers is what it looks like. I mean, it looks like the deck is there. There's a lot of really good controlling cards in white-black. The problem is you're trying to go for white-black with a very limited set of cards you can use, like just only the cards from Standard when it comes to Commander. Is that you just end up with cards that are worse than your opponents who are trying to do the same things, right? So when you're playing something Planar Outburst, your opponents are playing Wrath of God. When you're playing something like Thalia Heretic Cathar, they're playing Tanglewire. You know? So that's a really big issue. When you're playing Collective Effort, they're playing something significantly better. So that's why probably a white-black deck for Standard wouldn't work too well, just because you'd be kind of forced into a deck archetype that doesn't work too good. Whereas black-blue is also very interesting, which would be Gisa and Geralf, because there's enough really interesting, big, bomby blue-black cards in this current Standard set that could do some work when you're looking to play a deck like this. And of course, you have really good long-game cards. Confirmed Suspicion's amazing. Docent does some good job, so does Elder Deep Fiend. Fathom Feeder even has some good instances here. Identity Thief can do some work. Insidious Will, of course. Imprison the Moon can get rid of commanders. Looking at Overwhelming Denial, countering spells. Scatter and Shahili's Artisy are also amazing, as is Sphinx Magosi. So it feels like blue-black could do a lot of really good work, too, and you would probably just put a couple of zombies in here somewhere and go from there. You have the card draw. You have the big creatures, because a lot of the big creatures right now are just colorless. Like, this deck could probably work, and would actually probably be better than the green-black deck we have in front of us. The only issue is, the good part about this green-black deck, and the good part about green-black in general when it comes to Commander, is that you just have so many huge beaters that just take over the game, which is the nicest part about it. Have I tried an energy deck yet? No. But when Aether Revolt comes out, I will certainly be trying an energy deck, because I think that's actually attainable. I don't think it's possible to really do an energy deck with just... It's possible to make an energy deck with just Kaladesh, but I feel like it's not good enough, and I would rather just wait. So I will be. I'm going to be back in just a moment. I need to use the restroom and grab myself some water. But we're definitely playing at least one more game after it. We don't have to play it with the standard deck, but we're going to be playing something else afterwards. So just give me one moment, and I'll be right back. Hey, Fitzy. I love me some Fitzy. All right. Let's play at least one more game. What's wrong with this Panharmonicon corridor deck? Also, Panharmonicon Carador? Where'd you come from? This is an interesting... Oh, I know where this came from. I took this deck to Sheldon's and I had to make it into a deck list to play it. Looks like fun. By fun, I mean, wow, our opponents are going to hate us forever. Jesus. Alright. Not adverse. Alright. Sure, why not? Panharmonicon Carador it is. Sounds like fun. LMNOP. What up? It's your man. I just love finding random decks I didn't know existed. Makes me so happy. I did forget to get some water, so I'll probably run away real quick to grab some. Fitzy, you think we're gonna win this game? I don't think we're gonna win this game. He's like, yeah, we're gonna win this game. Oh wow, that hand though. We're playing against playing against two Kambal decks? Why not? Hello and good luck. Alright, everyone is playing white, black, or green. Everyone's playing white. Oh my god. We have 3 mana, but we should be okay. Let's try a different hand. This hand is much worse than a black mana to keep it, though. Did you just sneeze, Fitz? Let's go down to 6. Oh yeah, easy keeps. This hand is great. Fitzy. No. Lewis. Alright, we'll keep this hand. It's got mana. It's got 4 lands. If there's a land on top, we're keeping, by the way. That's how this works. Oh, Harmonize? Yeah, that stays on top. We're going to probably take 4 damage to do so, but we're definitely keeping the Harmonize. So we're playing Carador Ghost Chieftain, 5 black, green, white for a 3/4 Centaur Spirit. It costs 1 less to cast for each creature card in our graveyard. We're going to start with Temple of Malady. If it's a land, we're keeping it on top. Keeping it on top. It costs 1 less to cast for each creature card in our graveyard. During each of our turns, we can cast 1 creature card from our graveyard. Our top left player is playing Kambal, Council of Allocation. 1 white, black, 2/3. Whenever an opponent casts a non-creature spell, that player loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Also with Nahiri, 3 double white Planeswalker, +2, create a 1/1 white core soldier. You may attach an equipment you control to it. -2 to put an equipment from your hand or graveyard onto the battlefield. And then -10 to create the Stoneforged Blade. It's an equipment that equips for 0, and you get +5/+, and it gives a creature +5/+5 double strike. And our top right player is also playing Kambal. The only difference is that they mulligan to 5 and they only have 1 land, so hopefully we won't get too punished for casting this Harmonize. Yeah, this Reflected Pool was a good draw because it's going to have all of our mana. Our middle player did play a Tithe Very interesting instant. For 1 white mana, you search your library for a plains. If target opponent controls more lands than you, you can get additional plains. So basically 1 mana finds you plains put into your hand. That is a Bloodchief Ascension. I know who I'm attacking first. Sweet, another land. This is perfect. You have perfect mana. I like how this game is going so far. This is great. What we're not looking forward to is this player playing Kimball and this player top decking the land and playing Kimball. So Bloodchief Ascension, at the beginning of each end step, if an opponent lost 2 or more life this turn, you get to put a quest counter onto it. Whenever a card is put in an opponent's grave from anywhere, if this is 3 or more quest counters, you can have that player lose 2 life. If you do, you gain 2 life. So from this Harmonize, this is going to get a quest counter. Helm of Kaldra is going to give this a quest counter. Yeah, this is actually bad. I want to put this out there. If they cast Kimball, if we cast Harmonize, Bloodchief Ascension becomes active. Ooh. Ooh. So don't draw a land, basically. That works too. Swamp. Boop, 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 boop. Harmonize, draw 3. Discard a plains, probably. Sweet. This is great. I like everything that's happening right now. Except for the Bloodchief Ascension. I like everything that's happening besides the Bloodchief Ascension. Bloodchief Ascension is not an activated ability. It's just a triggered ability that occurs. Alright, I'm going to grab some water real quick because nothing should actually happen here. Alright, Bloodchief Ascension went away. That's wonderful. Because of Solemn Offering. Sweet. Bloodchief Ascension is gone, but we have 2 Kimball Council of Allocations, which is an issue, probably. Let's go with land. We can cast Revelark here. I don't really want to play this Signet, so I think we're just going to cast Revelark here. Just as a 4/3 flyer. Pass. I also grabbed myself some lunch, so this is technically a social eating channel now. Alhimrat's Archive. Okay, fine. 5 mana artifact. If you would gain life, you gain twice that much instead. If you would draw a card, except the first one you draw in each of your draw steps, draw 2 cards instead. We also have Leonin Shikari. 1 white 2/2. You can activate equip abilities anytime you can cast an instant. So now if we were to play anything that isn't a creature, we lose 4 life. This player gains 4. This player gains 2. Ooh, Shriekmaw. That kills just Lone Rider. Play land. Cast Shriekmaw. I mean, when it works, it works. Goodbye, Lone Rider. They're like, isn't even malice behind this. It's just, need to do something with my mana. We're going to attack our top left player for 4 because we're at 46. We'll be able to Closet Lark in the future. Adventurer's Journal coming down. That's scary. You have no max hand size. At the beginning of your upkeep, you gain 1 life for each card in your hand. Okay. That's bad. During their upkeep, they gain 10 next turn. because of the Al Hermat's Archive Adventures Journal. That's just something that happens. Maybe. Did I put it up? I just put up a lot of decks. Do you see your name? I mean, I would have sent you an email. Did you get an email? Extra planar lens on planes is actually really nice for everybody. Oh god, that's scary. Oh no, it's snow-covered planes. Yay! Extra planar lens, 3-mana artifact with imprint. When it enters the battlefield, you may exile target land you control. Whenever a land with the same name as this land taps for mana, it taps for double that amount of mana. Argentum Armor hits the field. Equip creature gets +6/+6 whenever it attacks, destroy target permanent. Equip for 6. Sun Petal Grove. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We could just, like... I think we play into this stupid archive now. I'm gonna read the bones here. Gonna lose 4 to do so. Then lose 2 life. Ooh, that Gonti. Put that on top. Cast Gonti. Borrow the top 4. Look at the top 4 over here. Ooh, Magister Worth. Ooh, Lightning Greaves. All these are good cards. Give me the Greaves. Attacker top left player with both. I did, so it must be on here somewhere. I don't know the name you sent it under. Could be an issue. Are you Julian? Go Lotus is the field. They casually gain just 10 life there. I'm eating like 40 old pancakes for lunch. Don't you wish your life was like me? Ooh! Face Fetters is really good there. They're casually at 59. Elish Norn hits the field. That's super annoying. Argentum Armor got Face Fettered. So, equip creature is +6/+6 whenever it attacks, destroy target permanent. Now it's Shroud Haste 4/7. Cryptolith Fragment. Enters battlefield tapped. Add 1 mana, many color to your mana pool. Each player loses a life. Meaning your upkeep, each player has 10 or less life. Transform it. This turn we're probably going to Conjurer's Closet. See what's on top. Planes can go on the bottom. Cast Greaves. Lose 4. Cast Conjurer's Closet. Lose 4. Put the Greaves on the Lark. Pass. Flicker the Gonti. Conjurer's Closet is a 5-mana artifact. At the beginning of my end step, I can flicker a creature, which I will flicker the Gonti and continue looking at our white-black player's library. Ooh, Solemn. Yeah, definitely going to grab your Solemn here. The biggest thing about Conjurer's Closet is that you return that card to the battlefield under your control. So we can cast a Solemn Simulacrum and use the Conjurer's Closet and return to the battlefield under our control, no matter what. I mean, that's going to be our goal going forward. Closet Worm. They're going to exile our Conjurer's Closet. Well, you suck. That is super not cool. And a Soul of Theros as well. Alright, well, we're not friends. I mean, it's correct. It's the correct play to make there. Still, I don't have to like it even if it's correct. Oh, it does die instantly, Elishnorn. I totally forgot. Also, remind me to never try and target their creatures with Athena and Shikari on the battlefield. Doesn't work. Ali Encampment makes a good point. Avacyn Restored was super weird because of how they worded Flickering. They worded Flickering in such a way that if you gain control of your opponent's creature, you got to keep it, which is not how it's worked in any other context. So this Closet, basically, if you were to threaten a creature, or if you were to have it under control for like only a turn, you can then keep it forever because it enters the battlefield back under your control instead of flickering to your opponent's side. If you look at a card like Memory Blink, or not Blink, Reality Blink, Reality Spasm, 1 and a white, Momentary Blink. It returns to the battlefield under its owner's control. This is the only time it was worded this way, was in Avacyn Restored. In order to work with Soul Bond, basically. But yeah, it's not beneficial. They stopped it after that one too. They realized it was a terrible idea. Crux of Fate just killing everything. I'm a fan of this. Big fan of this. I will return this Gonti, please. Let me look at the top 4 cards of your library one more time. We're going to slowly exile all this guy's cards. Make me really happy. Whoa! Hello there, hun. Alright. Probably Celestial Forge. Alright, we have a single turn to cast all of our non-creature spells. Like Victimize. Signet. K-Reach. Getting to Forest, putting Forest into play, Forest into hand, play the Forest. Cast with Erebos. Alright, cool. We cast all of our non-creature spells real quick. Alright, we gain 2. They're going to keep journaling on. We just played a card called Whip of Erebos. 4 mana legendary artifact. Creatures you control have lifelink. 4 mana. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. It gains haste. Exile at the beginning of the next end step. If it will leave the battlefield, exile instead of putting it anywhere else. Active its ability only anytime you cast a sorcery. Our opponent plays Gary, or a Grey Merchant of Asphodel here. Each opponent loses 3. They gain 18 because of this stupid archive that no one's gotten rid of yet. Mind's Eye gets cast. The Cannonball player is going to gain 4 again. That command sadly doesn't work anymore. But our top left player is playing Kambal. Our middle player is playing Nahiri. And our top right player is also playing Kambal. We are currently playing Karador. I don't think you can. Because it would leave the battlefield to anywhere it exiles itself. Even if you flicker it. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. We draw an Overgrown Tomb. They draw a card with the Mind's Eye. We'll cast a Pelakka Worm to gain 7 life. Flickering works with Whip? That sounds great to me. I'm happy to be wrong. Thank you, chat. Cast our opponent's Solemn Simulacrum. Go back up to 37. Our top left player is at 77. Top right player is at 45. We are trying our best. Our Narset, not Narset. Our Nahiri player is getting as much life as possible here. Flashback Marauder is going to come into play. Each player is going to sacrifice a creature. I'm probably just going to sacrifice Gonti. I'm going to be honest. Because I really like bringing that guy back. They're going to strip mine the Emeria, which is more than correct. The amount of times we've played Gonti is the reason why I think Gonti might be my favorite card from this set. Gotcha, that makes sense. Jordan mentions, Whip just wants you to exile it. It doesn't care what the source was, so Flickering works well. Sun Titan comes down for a mono white player. That brings back the Emeria. Which immediately sits onto the Sun Titan, which can let them bring back Lean and Shikari. Stonehaven Outfitter also hits the battlefield. Whenever an equipped creature you control dies, draw a card. Equipped creature you control get +1/+1. Now they can bring back the Shikari, which means that they can give their creatures Shroud and instant speed. They can still draw cards with Mind's Eye. Oops, sorry. It's going to be really fun when we victimize back Gonti and Rebel Arc. Yeah. So this is a 7 mana 7/7 with Trample. When it enters battlefield, gains 7 life, and when it dies, you draw a card. It's a big old worm. Look at those scale people. Big old dude. Versus Eviction, exiling all creatures. I'd be so down for exiling all creatures right now. Nope, just Death to the Deathless. Each player loses 2, they gain 4. Well, each player loses 4, they gain life equal to the amount of life lost this way. They go to 50, 18, 71, and 32 respectively. We draw a land. I've played Gonti a lot, and he's coming back. We get to draw a card off of this. We get to look at this player's top of library again. The reason why I keep targeting our top left mono white player is because I'm worried about the card Test of Endurance, and I want to see if I can exile it before it hits the battlefield. That's the whole reason we're doing this. Gonna grab myself a Rock's Faith Mender here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 1 mana off from the Force as well, which is hilarious. So we can go Faith Mender and Sifter. Cast Rock's Faith Mender. Cast Catacomb Sifter. Everyone's gaining life. Who doesn't gain life? Everyone gains life. Gaining life is just the cool thing to do. Go to our attack step. This is absolutely hilarious, by the way. Player attackers. Everything at the player at 75 will gain 14 off of this. I love this so much. Alright, we go to 44. Everybody's life just keeps going up. That's just how this works. Our Carador should cost 6. Cost 7 right now. We're just going to pass. Your turn, opponents. They're going to gain a bunch of mana. I mean, a bunch of life. Our mono white player has 6 cards in hand, but they're at 18. This is absolutely hilarious. I love this so much. I will say that I'm really happy our top left player doesn't... Oh, they're going to exile my Gonti? What? Are you serious? Oh my god. Asshole. Both my Closet and my Gonti? Are you kidding? If we weren't trying to only kill you before, we are now only trying to kill you. This means war. Absolute war. I can't, he's exiled. I can no longer cast Gonti. It's impossible for me to do. But I am miffed. I am so miffed. I am incredibly miffed. I am the most miffed. I'm very miffed. I'm sorry, Hefty. Process him? Ah, I don't know. I don't think we have process cards, but if we did, I would. I mean, it's pretty obvious what we're doing. We've only gotten his creatures. There's a Winds of Wrath. Alright, that makes more sense. That play makes a lot of sense now, actually. Because now we can't just get back Gonti off of this Lark. That can stay on top. Swamp can go on the bottom. Vital Woodland can go on the bottom. Siege Rhino can stay on top. Alright, let's see what our Nahiri player has. They have an Avacyn, which is now going to have Shroud. And a Steel Shaper's gift to make everything a lot worse. That's a problem. I swear to God, if they get something with Lifelink as well. I don't know when this game ends. They get a Sword of Feast and Famine. That's okay, actually. Not as bad as it could have been. Still bad. They have a 10-10 prop black and green flying vigilance indestructible. All his other permits are now indestructible. Gonna go at the other one white player. This is a Panharmonicon Carador deck, which is based around using Panharmonicon and Carador. We desperately, and I mean desperately, need to find a way to exile some of our mono-white players' artifacts and enchantments. And we also have ways that we can get rid of that Avacyn, which is nice, but not in hand, but we have ways. This is going to be Merciless Eviction. Cocoa Puffs. Here's the field. We draw the Siege Rhino that we have in our deck. They keep drawing cards off this Mind's Eye. 1, 2, 3, 4. Siege Rhino first. That's right. We play Siege Rhinos. Gonna cast Celestial Force at the beginning of each upkeep. I gain 3 life. Gonna give it Shroud and Haste. It's now a life linking 7/7. Go to attacks. This is really interesting because the answer might be getting this player to lose the Cocoa Puffs. Because then this player falls to 9. They probably have lifelink equipment though, so I don't know if that's good enough. I think we do go this way, so that this player does have to go to 9. Send that way, send it that way. They also don't have to block. It's only 7 damage. They do block though, which is nice. That puts Pino down to 9. Before they find a way to exile the Cocoa Puffs, basically. Not going to work the way they want this to. This is life loss damage. They do still go to 9. That is a lot of words, but I think I know what you mean. It seems cool in Abzan life gain deck. We're going to gain 3 life at the beginning of each upkeep with our opponent's Celestial Force. They have 0 cards in hand. We are now closest to the highest life total. We're basically just hoping this player draws like an Exsanguinate or a Debt to the Deathless. They drew a land instead. They should probably play their commander. And they choose to. Alright, let's see if we all just lose to them on a white player. I think it's very possible. If they draw any sort of lifelink effect, I just don't really see how we get out of this. Elesh Norn is pretty decent too. We do get to scry 1 from this Catacomb Sifter, thankfully. Oh, hey there. That should be enough. Yeah, it should. But yeah, if they find lifelink, we lose. I really hope they don't. Day of Judgment is fine. They lose 2 life for it. Ghostly Prison is not as good for us. Just hoping they can't find a way to gain life, that's all. We just really want them not to be able to gain life. Nahiri is okay. They have 6 mana left here. Elesh Norn has haste now. Put a soldier in play. Guessing some of this goes at us. It all goes at our top left player. Okay. It's fine with me. And now we should really be able to kill them. Well, I guess we have to get through the Abyss. I don't know. This is going to be very weird. I have to do the math. We have 4. We get Gary. That's 4. It's really close. If they tap Critical Fragment, they go into 6. Oh yeah, we can whip the Rhino. We can whip Rhino. That puts them. Then we can get Gary with the. Okay, that works. Here's Kambal. Alright, that should be game. I mean, that will kill our mono white player, and then our top left player is handless, and unless something really weird happens here, we should be able to get there. Whip back Rhino. Each opponent loses 3 and I gain 3. Cast. Click. Which dies immediately. Bring back Gary. Alright. Leech is 5. Sweet. And this comes back. Bringing back... I could bring back this Cocoa Puffs if I'm really worried about reanimating creatures. Or I could just bring back Celestial Force and gain a bunch of life this turn. How much damage is this? It's a nice amount of damage. I can also just get back Flesh Bag and get rid of Kambal. Actually, let's just get rid of Cocoa Puffs for the rest of the game. I think Cocoa Puffs is going to be a thorn in our side pretty much going forward for a long time. Cast our Commander. Give it haste. Declare Dax. This is also going to exile the Gary forever, which is really important too. So both of these cards are now exiled, both of which are probably win conditions for both of our opponents. We do lose the Siege Rhino, but we should be okay with losing Siege Rhino. Gary is exiled, Cocoa Puffs is exiled, we get rid of Siege Rhino, but we did kill our mono white player who was about to go off, and we're at 88, so I think we're doing well. I only played 29 lands in that deck? That can't be right. Decree of Pain is cast. They lose 2. They will draw 2 from this, which is fine. This means we can just cast our Puppeteer Click with our Commander. Again. They're going to bog us. Ooh, that bog was a real good draw for them. I lose a lot of my favorite cards. Oh, if there was ever a reason to kill him. Didn't even get to Renaissance them back. That bog was a very good draw. Oh, Archive doubled it. That's right. Totally forgot about that. We're at 88. Not incredibly worried. But yeah, that bog was real good. I'm going to start gaining a bunch of life again. Hopefully we draw something insane. That'd be great. We're going to draw like Eternal Witness here. Nice! Call chat. Only a 1 in 70. Your turn, opponents. Dark Petition is probably terrible for us. Oh, man. Alright, so they Dark Petition for something. If I were to guess, I would say it's Death to the Deathless or It's probably Death to Deathless. That Decree of Pain was a really good job, that Hermat's Archive. I can't believe we haven't found a way to destroy that card yet. They just Vindicate or Whip it Erebos? My gosh, I can't not... I always want to kill this player. I have persistently just wanted to kill this player. They've been the most annoying person for us the entire game. Fitz, why are you bothering Louis? He's sleeping. You want to get up, Fitz? Come on. Oh, you don't bother a sleeping cat. Fitzy, don't do that. You know that. Can I just hold you like this? Like a little baby? Mwah. Give you a kiss on your head, you little baby. Oh, you little baby, you little baby. None of those are words. Mwah. Ken Ball hits the field again. Okay, I'll let you down. Ooh, Safi. Also not good on this board. Well, time to use my muscle. Let me bring back this Whip of Erebos. Don't mind me. Let me cast this Whip of Erebos. I'll lose 2, you can gain 2, I don't care. Time to send with our commander again. That's 6 total commander damage. We getting there, boys and girls. Oh, they're gonna block? Oh god, they must have a way to gain life and instant speed. Oh, they exiled Soul Theros in response. That's cute, actually. So now they're at 35. Am I playing one more after this? I'm not too sure. I have to see what time it is at the end. Sorry, that's Modern Flamingo Bionic Bunyan? Okay, cool. They're going to reanimate their Rock's Faith Mender. That's not good. They would gain life, they gain twice that much. And Archangel's Light. They're going to shuffle their entire graveyard back into their library and go to 131. We got to get rid of this archive. My gosh, it's the worst thing in the world for us. No blocks. This is going to take a year for this game to end. I swear. I swear. No, this is a Panharmonicon deck I found in my deck vault randomly. We did get bogged out of nowhere, which was the worst case scenario. Oh, here's Feldar Sovereign. Alright, someone's got to deal with this. I can't. I don't have an answer to this right now. Come on. Duplicate, maybe? Something like that? Alright, that's an Ondu Giant. That is not good enough. We'll Giant it up. Give me a forest. We have an Ashen Rider in this deck we could have drawn. Safi, I guess. Pass. He's gonna find Reservoir and kill us both. That'd be fancy. I'd be interested to see it for sure. Well, he can't kill me with Reservoir. He can definitely kill our top right player. No, he can do it 3 times. Yes, he could. Well, does that player win? Gonna give them a cheeky thanks for exiling all of my stuff here. And I guess they win, because they can't do anything about this either. They are a Reservoir deck. That's really funny. And that's the game. I haven't died to Feldar Sovereign ever, actually. The first. Ever since this card got printed, everyone was really scared about Commander. I haven't died to this card before. So there's a first time for everything, I guess. That's cool. Wait, they just went to 36. What? Never mind. Game isn't over. Because they didn't understand how this card worked. He just straight up didn't block. Okay. There, hun. You really wanted to block there. Yeah, so you have to be at 40. They are getting a shame concede right now, I'm not gonna lie. Are we getting a shame concede? Oh, just the kids woke up. Okay. All right. So that's how you kill a player with Felidar Sovereign. They concede to you. We draw a forest. Swag. We'll cast our commander. So I've still never lost a Felidar Sovereign. That's appropriate, actually. Just gonna send this for 3. Have to find a way to kill him with commander damage, basically. They've taken 6 total commander damage. Good job, us. Alright. So we have to beat their draws for the rest of the game. That's the only way we win. Maybe we'll eventually find a removal spell for Alhermat's Archive. There's a lot in here. No attacks on us. Alright, our draw is... Ah! Okay, I'll take Mosswood Bridge. Yes, please. No attacks on my side. Pass to you. Alright, our opponent's currently at 138. We're trying not to lose to Reservoir is our goal. If possible. Did they just straight up top deck Reservoir? Oh, don't do this to me. Okay, it's Face Fetters targeting her with the Erebos. That's fair. They redrew the Face Fetters? Huh, whatever. Our cards still have lifelink. Alright, back to us. Creature. That's a plains, not a creature. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that's cute. We are just going to keep that in hand and pass. Your turn, opponent. It's back-to-back lands. Here's a Cocoa Puffs. That could be an issue. Oh, Archangel's Light reshuffle their graveyard. That's right. Non-land card. Come on, deck. I would appreciate not drawing all of these cards like this. That would make my life better and this more engaging if we didn't just draw straight land at this point. Just drawn mana sources in the last 3 draws. Granted, one of them was Mosswood Bridge, but the rest have not been as good. This is actually technically worse than a land because of Cannonball. We'll take 5 in the air from Cocoa Puffs. This game is not over yet. We're trying to fade a way for our opponent to get Reservoir, basically. Otherwise, we lose immediately. Or them drawing Reservoir. Alright, creature? I'll cast that. And cast Panharmonicon. We'll lose 2 life for Panharmonicon. I'm in. Black Hideaway land is Hollowtooth Howl. Why do I know that card? That's weird. Do you have another exile effect? You should be out. They redrew Anguish Unmaking? Ah! This makes me so annoyed. Come on. I'm very annoyed by that. That's messed up, yo. Whatever, it's your turn now. Come on, are you kidding? That's fine. Whatever, it's whatever, it's whatever. It's a totally reasonable card for them to draw in that situation. I would like to draw a creature, of which there are many in this deck. That would make me incredibly happy. Let's draw one of those things. I'm not saying that was the best creature we could have drawn, but that was certainly the best creature we could have drawn. Ooh, and a Bone Shredder, you say? Cast Bone Shredder. Actually target our own Woodfall Primus. Still draw a card off of it. Primus dies, comes back. Destroys the journal. We need to draw a card. Okay. Life is looking good now. Cultivate. No more complaining. We drew the best card possible for our deck, basically. Alright. So our opponent's at 179. They can at all times draw Aetherflux Reservoir and we lose the game. There's Elixir of Mortality that currently gains a lot of life. So we're going to blink the Bone Shredder. Why didn't it reanimate the Bone Shredder? What's going on? Does Safi no longer work? That's really annoying, actually. I'm really annoyed that Safi no longer works. We're going to Genesis Wave, but still, I'm very annoyed that Safi doesn't work right now. We'll G-Wave for 18. That should just be game. Alrighty then. Harmonic Sliver will destroy the Gilded Lotus. War Priest will destroy the Face Fetters. Sepulchral Primordial will bring back literally nothing. Restoration Gearsmith will give me back Soul of the Harvest. Necrotal will destroy Faithbender. Duplicant will exile Cocoa Puffs. Acidic Slime will destroy Mana Vault. Solemn will get a land, and Disciple of Bolas will do something else as well. I'm actually going to sacrifice the Oblivion Sower here, so I can cast it from our graveyard. Put land and play tapped. Start destroying everything. Now I can play a land. I have a Wake, so I can actually go summoning first. We lose who they gain to. We're still perpetually dead to Aetherflux Reservoir. We'll cast the Oblivion Sower in case their top 4 cards has Aetherflux Reservoir. No, but we get all their lands. We get to force, or we get to get a force or planes out of our library. We get a forest. And then we can white. Oh, this only costs 6 right now. That's beautiful. We can play Ashen Rider. Get a Bayou into play. Tapped. Exile. Kambal at this point, I guess. Give the Rider haste? Or the Karametra haste? Oh, we'll give the Rider haste. We still haven't killed this thing, funnily enough. Attack for 5 in the air, gain 5, pass our opponent. They have to pretty much draw exactly Aetherflux Reservoir here. Which is an option at this point. We did get them through 4 live land draws. Did they get there? I mean, that'd be pretty fancy. Be an insane draw. One in 73. Nope, they drew an Urborg. Kambal returns. Oh god, we have Township. Okay. Find ourselves a land. Bone Shredder hits the field. Gets rid of Ajani's Pridemate. Make them all bigger. You just swing away. The biggest thing here is that we gain a lot of life from this with Erebos for this. Oh, we didn't have a way to give our creatures haste. 10. This doesn't even kill them is the funniest part of this. Although I will say, I am a big fan of this Gavony Township Woodfall Primus interaction. Alright, we're at 144. We are currently no longer dead to, what's it called? We're out of cards to get with Karametra. Draw a card, Wall Blossoms. Draw 2 cards, I guess. There's Gary. Does Gary win it for us? There must be a way to have Gary win it for us. Cast Gary. Alright, 115 to 160. Gonna give the Gary Shroud. And just pass. Is there a list for this somewhere? Not yet, but I can definitely show you right after the game's over. Or make one real quick. Did he just draw Reservoir? I think they just drew Reservoir. Decree of Pain, you say? Sure. Just gonna keep exile. Just keep blowing up all your lands. There's a Soul Ring. Duplicate hitting the field. We can't do anything about duplicate. Let's see if we can do anything about duplicate. No, we can't. Oh, that resonator's gonna be really good though. There goes our Woodfall Primus. So we have 18 turns to kill them. There's a Soul Attendant. Give me back my duplicate. Give me back Ashen Rider. Give me back Oblivion Sower. Give me back Acidic Slime. Give me back Gary. Give me back I guess Bone Treader. Alright, cool. That's usually the card for Extreme Reclamation. Black Mana Enchantment, 1 to black. Pay 2 life, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Opponent's going to discard a lot of cards. I kind of want to draw Bojuka Bog and just get all of their lands soon. Yeah, I purposely said no to drawing card from the Sad Robot there. That was on purpose. Okay. That was... I'm not saying that... Okay, that was a perfect draw. That was a really good draw. Gonna cast Angel Finality. We're gonna exile all cards from our opponent's graveyard. Including all their lands that are in the graveyard right now. And then I'm gonna cast Oblivion Sower. So we're going to get all the lands out of the graveyard now. Which is really fun. We even got there in Garruk's Wake. We have 7 cards left in hand. We'll play Resonator. Cast Ashen Rider. Oh, I should have exiled. I guess it doesn't matter. I'll exile this. We'll copy it. Exile. This. See if there's anything we can even get with Windswept Heath. Don't think there is. Alright, what's left in our deck? Masker Worm, Tristani. So we basically got to win the game with what we have in our hand and our graveyard right now. Okay, good. Nothing to get there. Cast Acidic Slime. Destroy the Soul Ring. Yeah, this is just End of the Battlefield Travelers. It would be much better if we had Paramonicon still, by the way. Which we don't. Which is probably a good thing for our opponent. Cast Skin Render. Eat the Ascendant. Cast Duplicate. Exile our opposing duplicate. Give Hasten Shroud to this guy. Attack with everything. Give it all +1/+1 counter. And pass. Yeah, of course. We really need a sacrifice outlet, and I didn't see one in my deck, which is really disappointing. Runescar Demon is cast. Alright, can't do anything about that. I wonder what they find. It's funny because wrathing the board doesn't actually help them here. They're going to exile our Whip of Erebos again. Sure. Right now, I'm just getting black mana symbols for Gary. Cast our commander. Cast Oblivion Sower again. This is the extreme end game that I never expect to get to in this deck. But it's pretty mean, and we're just going to exile top 8 cards of our library again. One more time. How many times can I do that? I can Shredder this. And then put it back in my hand. Do it again. And then I can bring back Bolas, do it again. That's 8 cards. I guess we should probably just attack first before we do anything else. Oh, I didn't target the god because I wanted to recast Oblivion Sower twice. Usual reasons. Oh yeah, you should have won. I'm going to fall to 83. They lose a Runescar Demon, which means I can now do this. Cast a Portal Primordial. Giving me the Runescar Demon. Putting... I don't even know. I guess Massacre Worm for more black symbols? We could also stag. What would we stag? Just leave the battlefield? Or dies? We can get Sin Collector and see what's in their hand. I think that's probably the safest of our options. There's a Vindicate, Celestial Force, Massacre Worm, and they have the Reservoir. We'll get rid of the Vindicate. They don't have a Wrath effect in hand. They have a lot of mana, though. Like, we should win from here, basically, is what's going on. They have to top deck a Wrath effect to even put us somewhere close to behind the ball. So I'm just going to put them as far dead to rights as I can. They're at 65. We're at 176. Pass our opponent. Do they draw a Wrath effect? There's a Cabal Coffers. They can give all of our creatures -4, -4 here. There's Worm. Gonna give all of our creatures -2, -2. We'll kill a couple of them. That gets our Necrotal and Sin Collector. We're going to cast Elesh Norn. That gets 3 more, including Acidic Slime, which is great for us. There's Celestial Force, okay. I've got to return this Necrotal from my graveyard because it's currently blocking all the other cards in my graveyard. Oh, good. This will work. We will Shredder the Elesh Norn. And then Disciple. The Primordial. This is really just math at this point. I'm going to be honest. And then recast Primordial. Getting back their Elesh Norn. Necrotal. This should be lethal. Pretty sure. I'm just going to make sure. Flesh Bag. We will sacrifice Flesh Bag. We'll sacrifice Worm. And then we just get to attack. Get 2 extra 2/2s. I mean, they should be dead, right? Whew. That took a while. Oh my gosh. Alright. Only Mega Lethal by 9. I'll put it out there. So this is the deck that we just played. It's not even like real. One moment. I'll pull it out right now. That's the deck. Yeah, I'm down to play one more. We'll play a viewer deck. This will work. From Gab Tulls. I believe it. I misspell everything. It's not new. Trust me. I'll play first. Okay, we're playing Omnath. This seems like a good hand. Should work. Hello and good luck. Yeah, I'm going to keep this. So we're playing some Omnath Locus of Mana. 2 and a green, 1/1, legendary creature elemental. Green mana doesn't empty from your mana pool, steps and phases end. Omnath gets +1/+1 for each green mana in your mana pool. We have Buying Glaciers as well, which means we're good for long game, as well as Ewit and Green Warden. Top left player is playing Ovaya Pashiri, Sage Lifecrafter. It's a green mana 1/2 for 2 and a green. You can tap it to put a servo into play. For 4 and a green, you can tap it to make an XX colorless construct where X number creature you control. Our middle player is playing Darien King of Keldor. 4 white for a 3/3 legendary human soldier. Whenever you dealt damage, you may create that many 1/1 white soldier creature tokens. And then our top right player is playing Atraxa Praetor's Voice. Green, white, blue, black for a 4/4 legendary angel horror. It's got flying, vigilance, death touch, and lifelink. At the beginning of your end step, you can proliferate. An empty sandbox. What does that even mean? Sounds like fun. Is Fitz back? Oh, hey there, Blightstone Colossus. I didn't expect to see you here. Oran Reef and F8 and Paz. And there's Ovaya Pashiri. So our turn is hopefully an untapped land into Sol Ring into our commander. Like this. Untapped land into Sol Ring into our commander. There's a tracker. Green mana 1/1. 1 to green. Target creature you control fights another target creature. Gotcha. It is a creature with infect. I am just as... someone made me play this. That's literally how this works. If someone sends this to me, I play it. You played against a player with Trinisphere? Jesus. They're going to put Command Tower in their hand off of the Oath of Nissa. It's pretty good. It's going to start busting at our top right player. So we're going to try and keep our Omnath as healthy as possible, especially with this Umal tracker on the battlefield. So I have a 3 mana elemental. It gets +1/+1 for each green mana in my mana pool, and green mana doesn't empty from my mana pool as steps and phases end. There's a Tireless Tracker. That's a quality magic card. So here I played a Mirrored Landscape. There's no reason for me to try and float Soul Ring mana because I can't. And my goal is just going to be to, of course, crack the landscape during my next turn, play the forest, and keep upping the mana count on Omnath. If you're playing against Omnath, the biggest thing you want to do is kill the Omnath when it's containing as much mana as possible so you don't just die to it. We're also going to be keeping heavy attention to the amount of mana damage we're dealing. A hefty amount. I don't know, whatever. The card we want to see the least is Crackdown. And also the funny part with Omnath is you can't on purpose make its mana cost go down, like make it smaller. Ooh, there's a Strip Mine. So, like, there's a world where our Omnath, like, gets shut down by Crackdown, and we can't do anything about it. It's kind of funny, but also really disappointing. Here's Command Tower. Our Atraxa player looks like the classic Atraxa Planeswalker list, so here's a Chromatic Lantern as well. We'll just tap out and pass. Ooh, Corso, you say? We'll cast Corso here. See what's on top of our library. It's a Patron of the Orochi, which I do not want. So I will first attack with my 3/3. Our top right player again. This is kind of just how you play with creatures with commander damage, not gonna lie. You really heavily focus on one person. Gonna crack the landscape. This goes back down to a 1/1. We get to shuffle and put 2 forests into play. Our top card is a Mosswort Bridge. It's probably gonna cause a Strip Mine to eat it, but I mean, I'll play into it here. I'd rather get the extra card economy out of it. We'll gain a life. Boundless Realms on top. Nice. They're going to get a clue for their tracker. The cool part is, unless they use it when we're tapped out, this tracker, we can always respond to the tracker really well. Because we can add mana at instant speed, at beyond instant speed. Yeah. Yeah, there's Marble Titan, there's Crackdown, there's a lot of cards that could really kind of punish us for going this route. But I'm not going to think about them and just pretend they don't exist. I mean, next turn is pretty simple for us no matter what. We're casting Boundless Realms. Do I have Archie's Solemn List? I do not have Archie's Solemn List. That is an Urborg. Our opponent is playing Karma. Oh boy. Sundering Titan thankfully banned this format. Urborg makes all land swamps. And that just means that we're going to be playing against Sundering Titan. That's all that means. Sundering Titan will be played. So let's see if our opponent just straight up casts Atraxa here. That's what I would expect. Because we can't attack through Atraxa. I think I cut Exploration, more than likely. Either Exploration or Abundance. I think Exploration. That card costs like $32 in Magic the Gathering Online. Yeah, Exploration. Yeah. Urborg actually doesn't have a color. It just makes your cards into basic. It just makes them into swamps. So it doesn't have tap for a black on it. Our opponent just casually plays Solemn Simulacrum. We have a forest on top. We'll play that forest. We'll gain a life. I'm not going to attempt Fate here. I'm just going to play this Boundless Realms. So what I could do is I could wait. I could keep the mana floating and attack first to get an extra 6 damage in. But I'm not going to attempt Fate because our opponent could just instant speed kill the Omnath and we're just SOL. So I'd rather do it this way. It's a bit simpler, but that's okay in this situation. Going to float a mana, attack our middle player for 2, and pass. That is true. Technically, the black coloring on Urborg is incorrect. Because it is a colorless card. So we just have 1 green mana floating until our next turn, and the next turn we're going to have a really, really, really big Omnath, but we also enter that same problem where... Did you sneeze again, Fitz? It's really weird. Blinkmoth Urn is a real Magic card. 5 mana artifact. At the beginning of each player's pre-combat main phase, if this is untapped, that player adds colorless to their mana pool for each artifact they control. This Sol Ring taps for 3. Well, I don't know if this game is going to end quickly. We'll have to figure that out together. But I don't think there's any guarantee. They're going to draw a card, put a counter onto Tireless Tracker here. It's a shirt that I got in a Secret Santa, actually. It's pretty cool. I like it. I've been wearing it a lot. That is a... What is that? Oh, I like this card. Fanatical Devotion. 2 and a white enchantment. Sack a creature, regenerate target creature. Really good with Darien. Because you make so many creatures. You just get to sack them and just regenerate all of your whole Carador all the time. It's actually really good protection. I mean, that's my assumption. That's kind of what I'm going for here. Hoping our Atraxa player is going to tap out, but besides that, yeah, that's kind of the goal. If our Atraxa player doesn't tap out, I'm just going to play Ori instead. They do get 5 colorless mana here because this Blinkmoth Urn, so things could go pretty badly for us. I mean, we do have a lot of lands, so it shouldn't. There's an Ajani Mentor Heroes, 3 green white Planeswalker, +1, look at the top 4 cards of your library, reveal an aura creature or Planeswalker, put it into your hand. So we are playing against, that's an Elesh Norn. We are playing against the Planeswalker version of Atraxa. That is why I've been relentlessly attacking this player. There's an Orzhov Advocate in the field. They still have double blue up, even though it doesn't look like they do. So I'm probably just going to be playing Vidalcan Ori during my turn. Okay, now they won't have double blue up. Alright, cool. So yeah, we'll have a free Gen Wave here. Our opponent destroys our Mosswarp Bridge post us using Mosswarp Bridge, which I appreciate. Ooh, Seaborn Muse, you say? Oh god, Seaborn Muse. Oh lord. Oh, jeez, that's real good. That's real, real good. I have 12, so I can Gen Wave for 9. Yeah, I'm actually going to play Ori first, and then just Gen Wave for 9. I guess I can attack first. Attack this player for 13. We will always be attacking. That's just how it works. We never don't attack. Then we can just Gen Wave for 9. I would like all of these cards, actually. Yeah, just all of them. Now, would you say this is good? Because I would say this is really good. So we got a Seaborn Muse. Untap all permanents I control during each of the players' untap step. We have a Void Winner. My opponents can't cast spells with even converted mana costs. My opponents can't block a creature with even converted mana costs. An Ilea. A Corsair is still in play, as well as Omnath. And so we also have Mana Reflection. So yeah, our Omnath gets huge really easily. And yeah, now every forest taps for 4 because of Extraplanar Lens and Cage Sun. It actually taps for more than 4. Our forests tap for a lot. Whole bunch. A whole bunch. So, yeah, we're just trying to fade a Wrath Effect. If we can fade a Wrath Effect, we should be perfectly fine. I think, oh yeah, it doesn't actually matter if we fade a Wrath Effect, now that I think of it. we don't actually need to Fate of Wrath effect. We can just do everything we want during our opponent's turns. Because we also have this Vedalken Orrery in play. So everything we have does everything. Our Nykthos taps for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Taps for 16 on its own. So let's see how much this mono green deck can do. There's a couple of cards I really don't want to see here. I'm not going to mention them because that's how scared I am of them. Fastwood Hydra, not one of the cards I was thinking of, thankfully. Is a 9/9 though. So they're going to have it fight the Void Winnower here. Which I think is probably okay. Yeah, that's fine. You can do that. Yeah, Sol Ring right now taps for 4 because of Mana Reflection. Oh, why didn't I just pump it up? I should have just pumped it up a bunch with Nylea. That's actually really dumb. Oh, it was right in front of my face and I forgot. I could have made it so that my guy didn't die. Oh, shoot. Look at me being a dummy. Oh, well. Should be fine. And in turn, let me bring back Genwave. I think we're only going to do this for 30. Actually, I'm thinking only 20. Yeah, let's go 25. Okay, I want all these. Ooh, Reliquary Tower. Nice. Homeward Path. Woodfall Primus. Da 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 da. Terracodon. Da 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 da. Doubling cube. Doubling a cube. All right. I want these 25 permanents. I would like this Bear Umbra to go onto my Seaborn Muse. Alright, so we should just get rid of one of our opponent's lands, is what you're telling me. Gotcha. I'm going to get rid of your lands. I'm going to get rid of your white source. No, I'm just going to go 1, 2, 3. Woodfall Primus is going to get rid of your white source. I will find a forest. Give me a forest. Destroying your white source. I would like to turn all those into elephants. And then you can gain all the life you want. We're going to double all of our mana. Just want to put it out there that we have 150 mana right now. Sorry, 155 mana right now. Casually and easily, 155 mana. Alright. You know? Seems like we're doing well. Alright. So it's our opponent's turn here. They're going to play a Burnished Heart. We do have a Kozilek in play, so we can discard a card with the same CMC as something to counter a spell. This is turn... This is my turn. It's going to be our turn 7 when it comes back to us. So, at the end of turn... does each forest tap for... Each forest taps for 5. This is just going to tap for a lot. Sweet. I'm going to sacrifice the Primus, have it come back into play, eat our opponent's Soul Ring, because I really want to win next turn. I do not want to leave anything to chance. And then we're going to Doubling Cube. We have 11,036 mana floating. Okay, I'm going to put a +1 counter on each green creature that enters the battlefield here, and pass. Cool. All right. During their upkeep, I'm going to once again sacrifice this Woodfall Primus, have it persist back into play. You may be thinking, hey, Tom, this is really, really, really mean. Which, in response, I would say, yeah, it's really freaking mean. But I really don't want to lose this game. This is so mean. I mean, I'm doing it, so there's that. But yeah. This is not nice. Alright, I really don't want to lose. Like, I really, really, really don't want to lose. Oh, yeah, we're going to Gen Wave for 30. At least. I will not put +1 counters onto my creatures here. I have an 11,1138 Omnath right now. Putting it out there for those that were wondering. They get 1 mana from Blinkmoth Urn, so they cannot cast Damnation. They can, yeah, they should just be dead here. They're gonna Ajani. Wait, where's Pathbreaker Ibex? We have one of these in play, right? Yeah, this guy. Oh my god! Oh my god, that's so much damage! Whoo! Wow! Oh, we're gonna break MTGO. Oh, we're gonna break it, boys. Oh, we're gonna break it. We're gonna be breaking this game. Alright. Oh no! MTGO. Come on. Don't break. I was kidding. No! I'm having too much fun for you to break right now. No! No! Come on! Our next term is going to be so amazing! Oh man, come on! Ah! Let me take it back! No! And Hero, thank you for subscribing. I really appreciate it. Also, come on! Resolve. 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 Resolve or exile it. Do something else besides restarting, MTGO. Come on, you can do it. Come on, MTGO. Come on. You and me together, MTGO. You can do it. Just realize that person doesn't exist anymore and give me priority. Come on, MTGO. Don't you do this. MTGO, baby, honey, come on. Come thank you for subscribing. Well, okay, so how much mana are we gonna have, right? So we get the rest of the lands out of the library. We're at 1266. We're doubling that at least once with doubling cube. So 1266. Let's do some math. Alright, MTGO. Yeah, we should still be able to do stuff during his turn, even though they're gone. I knew I shouldn't have gotten greedy. I knew it. I knew when I cast that Green Warden, I was like, you know what? This could really cause the game to crash. I know I'm joking, but it's really possible. And then MTGO was like, guess what we're going to do? We're going to crash the game. I don't know why it masquerades with replaying the game multiple times. That has never once solved the issue for me. MTGO, like, when this happens, instead of stopping on a reset point, they should just delete the last action that occurred. Like, I would rather that was their solution when it comes to this kind of thing. Where they're like, you know what? Obviously, whatever just happened is a little bit too silly. So I'm going to delete the last thing that happened. And then let the game progress. Like, I don't care if it just exiled the Green Warden off the stack and the rest of the game got to play. That'd be wonderful. But it doesn't do that because it hates us. Oh, there's a great Aurora? Oh, man, we could have Aurora'd and everything. Look what we did to the game. For value. Alright, yep, nope, not doing this again. Alright, so the Omnath deck won. I'm going to show you the list right now. Ooh, spreadsheet ZFV format. That's the way we want it. The best part about this is that this list is technically worse than the one that was submitted. Because there's a lot of really amazing cards aren't being played. Invisible, thank you for resubscribing, man. That's awesome. That was insane. Oh my god. We even to put how insane that period of turns was into words. Our forests were tapping for 5 mana each. We were gonna have more than 2,500 mana next turn. That was just a thing, casually. Our Pathbreaker Ibex is gonna give all of our creatures greater than 2,500 damage. Like what? So here's the deck that we just played. Oh my word, that's obnoxious. And we're missing some cards that are in this deck. I want to put it out there. There's supposed to be I think there's supposed to be a new Emrakul, and there's supposed to be some other really good cards that aren't in here because they're just a bit too expensive right now. New Ulamog, I think, is supposed to be in here too. I would have gotten at least 2,300 green mana. Nice. I mean, when you tell me I'm the best, I'll agree. I'm gonna use the restroom one more time. That was... Yeah, Emrakul should have went down, but it was still like around $7, and I didn't understand why. Which is why I didn't buy one. Yeah, it's still hovering around $7 on MTGO. Doesn't make much sense. It's never even played in yeah. It's not even played in Modern. It's just $7 for fun now, which is cute. It's funny, like, after it got banned in Standard, all the EDH players are like, hey, we'd like one of those. Can we buy these now? And then in about 3 weeks, it's going to be $0, and I can actually buy it. Yeah, I did strip our middle players last White Source and got rid of our top right players, all of their lands. Because I was like, if they get a Wrath effect, it's going to make this much more difficult for me to win, and I decided I shouldn't allow that to happen. So yeah, I'll be right back. I think this is probably the last game. Let me just check one thing. This probably was the last game. Let me check one thing is what I meant. Yeah, this is probably our last game, guys. I'm sorry. But this was super fun. This game was insane. But I gotta get a lot of stuff done before I have to go back to work. Should be soon. So I'm gonna run away. This was insane, by the way. Just absolutely insane. Thanks for subscribing, man. That's awesome. GG indeed. Jesus Christ. That was obnoxious. I haven't had a turn 6 that insane in a long time. We were dealing way too much damage. Just way too much damage. We shouldn't have tested MTGO, though. We just shouldn't have tested it. I knew it was possible. I knew it was possible MTGO would just be like, you know what? No. That's what it did. It makes me annoyed. Whatever. Good game, everybody. And I'll be uploading this to YouTube afterwards, so you can check it out there. It's going to be a blast. Have a good rest of your evening or day, and I'll see you soon.